Yo, 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 yo. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Yo, how are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? Lighthawk, what's good? J-Ted, what's good? Zinxie, what's going on? Siren, what's good? Tin Can, what's good? Shimmel Bro, what's going on? Good to see you. Harry, thank you for 2 years. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. D2 Panda, what's good? J1, what's good? Landon, what's going on? Bird, what's good? Axel, what's going on? Aries, what's up? J-Ted, I love your soul. How are you? Tin Can, what's good? Shazam, what's good? John, what's going on? Get to see SCP, what's good? Zinxie, what's good? Shax, what's going on? Brian Siegel and Brahmas, what's good? Sasha, what's good? How we doing? Call of Duty, what's good? Yo, 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 Cash Shorts, what's going on? Get to see Ivan, what's good? Colt, what's good? Abhishek, what's going on? Tobias, what's good? Aqua, good morning. Let's see. Skelligo, what's going on? Hikachu, what's good? Bridget says, what is that behind you? Every time somebody gives 5 memberships, they get their name on a callus or witness. Let's see. Who else am I missing? Ben, good to see you. Mr. 3. D2 Panda, what's good? Lustafar, what's going on? Oh, man. Thank you guys for all the support today. Shadow Reborn, thank you for the 5s. It's $5 for 5,000 words for State of the Game. Yeah, it's going to be 5,500 words today. 5,500 words. That's a lot of words today. I'm excited. I'm excited. Let me get everything up here real quick, and then let's get caught up on whatnot. Let's see. Let's get... we want to get this up on the screen. We want to take this down, and we want to bring up our... Where is it at? That, and this, and this, and this. Excuse me. That's all good there, and then we want to remove these things here. And then one more thing. We want this, and then we want this, and then we want this. Cool. Alright, that new sub, welcome. Ben, this is the house be sweating up enough. Does it drop at noon? They didn't give a real date. Or not a real date, a real time. So we're gonna be in here counting it down together. Alright. Tropical Act 3 is like a little different than Tropical Act 1, so I'm gonna go to Tropical Act 1. Alright, there we go. Excuse me. Sounds about right, Nico. Kings, what's good? So I like your Vanguard. Thank you. I appreciate it. If part of article is Eager's Edge being brought back in line, I'll personally go over to Bungie's HQ and conduct a peaceful protest. Oh my. Guido, what's good? It's the State of the Game. I didn't even know this was happening. Well, you know now, my friend. You know now. Roscoe, what's going on? Art, what's good? Head Blast, I'm doing well. How are you? How are you? So good to see everybody today. Everybody having a good day today? How was everybody's weekend? Did everybody have a good one? Gonna have to start putting pictures up in the back of the room. I know. The fact that we're running out of space is crazy. Thank you guys for all the gifted memberships. The fact that we're almost at 850 is insane. Every single 5 has meant a name on the wall of a callus or a witness of your choice. And that's why things have gotten so crazy. To anybody who's been asking. When's the State of the Game? They didn't give an exact time. Brumbass, how are you doing today? This is finished Hogwarts. How'd you enjoy it? There's so many callus and witness pictures. I know. It's kind of gotten out of hand. It's funny. I think it's funny. Scudo, what's good? How are we doing, man? Nico, what's good? The Super Bowl was busting last night. 59 out of 60 minutes were. Roska says, congrats on 200K. Keep the good work. Thank you. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? Says, yo, these emojis on mobile is so cool. It's kind of like Instagram Live. Yeah, it is like, yeah, it is something that they kind of snagged from, or were inspired from that for sure. Say what was good, says refs MVP. Oof. Yeah, the Super Bowl was fire last night. Yeah, like I was really enjoying it, so I was sad at that holding call, but overall it was still dope. It was dope. All right. All right. Do we want to just like? I'm thinking like we help with some dungeons or something while we're sitting here chilling. What are we thinking? That's what I'm thinking. Didn't watch Super Bowl last night. What happened? It was a close game the whole game, and then there was like a really rough holding call. Yeah, Scottish, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Guys, you down to let's help with some artifice armor while we're chilling. Why don't we? How did I sleep? I slept well. How did you? Is stay the game in 25 minutes? There's no exact time that it's coming out. Alright, it's just gonna come out when it comes down. We're gonna be here for it. Alright. This guys, just jump in when you're ready. What we're gonna do, guys, is let's see. Alright, let me get Nightbot out, and we will select somebody to join. Okay, let's see if anybody wants to do a dungeon run. Just type in the word dungeon. One time only. We'll get somebody in. We'll help out with dungeons while we sit here and wait. And then whenever the state of the game comes out, we'll rate that and whatnot. Hey, Mom, how are you doing today? Good morning. Not when I got all my favorite people here, Lustafar. Nicholas, what's good? Are we doing? So I wouldn't mind getting some artifice armor. Well, let's try to get Sweeple some armor then. Let's do it. Riptide, how are you doing? Nicholas says, don't forget, guys, hit the like button and the sub bell for notifications on more streams. Or if not, the thumbs down button. Thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. What dungeon? Duality is the master. Alright. Let's see. Let's bring whoever it is in. Bridget, let's get ready to do this. Alright, you're just gonna join through the join code, which is cbgray #3309. And let's get you a dungeon run. Let's do it. Yo! Makai, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you, Mom. Have a good day. So have a great stream. Have a good day. What's the state of the game? It's where they go over the state of the game in a very long update. Scottish, we've been doing help all week, my friend. Thank you for gifting one to Gun Monkey and Carter and Charles and Alan and Lil Flores. Holy. Ben, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, is that Heish the GOAT? What's good? Thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate it. Ben, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What time is the state of the game? There's not a set time. What's going on? Yeah, I know. What's good? Say hi to chat. What's good, Heish? The GOAT.
So the question is who's winning?
Oh, the Witness by 10.
The Witness is winning?
82-72. Yeah, Callus has been getting smoked.
Come on, boys. You guys know better than that. Come on.
Yeah, Callus has been getting smoked. Makai, do you want Callus or Witness, by the way? Says that Swetsicle? No. And some other guy. What's good? You just waking up?
82-72.
82-72, yeah, we got 154 on the wall.
That's crazy.
Makai wants the Witness too, so you can blame him. Witness,
come on.
The Witness was more popular. I don't know what's good. It's just they're just more popular. What are you up to? Got up like about an hour ago.
Do you have any idea what time it's dropping?
No. I just fired. I just hit the button. They gave no time. So it could be 10 hours from now. We'll be here for it though.
Alright, you guys have fun.
All right, brother. Alright. Say bye to Mr. Sweat, y'all.
Bye, Chad.
Alright. Okay, y'all. All right. Bridget, you can go ahead and jump in if you want. All right. Ethan, how have you been, brother? Okay. What is the join code? It's cbgray #3309. This has all the instructions that you need. If you type !enter if anybody ever gets selected. cbgray #3309. Ben, thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Here we go. I've been good, man. Playing a lot of COD recently. Which? Guys, I got a new One Piece hoodie, by the way, too. All right. Excuse me. Rod, what's good? Ben, thank you so much, man. Ben, it's legitimately been how many years now? Since 2017. Thank you for almost 6 years of support, Ben. I appreciate that membership, and thank you for believing me way back in the day, man. I really do appreciate it. More than you know. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there a reveal today? Yes. I'm in Tarsus. You won't need to be, Scottish. This is too easy for Tarsus. All right. All right. Flitzy, thank you for the one. I appreciate it. Some sub 2 months now from gifted subs. Thanks to whoever gifted me one. I believe it was McKay. Says the witness posters a cult thing. If you get 5 memberships, you get to choose if you want a callus or witness on the wall. Trying to get good in the competitive scene. So we're gonna see more streams, Ethan? Alright. Let's see. Is there a Vidoc tomorrow? I haven't heard about any Vidocs. Alright, Bridget, is this you? I'm gonna assume it is, but if not, we'll figure it out after this. This is you? Perfect. Okay, cool. Alright, let me switch back to my Titan. We may if my PC can handle it. Is that what you were streaming from before? Alright, let's help some people out, yo. What is the countdown for? It says till Lightfall. Oh, man. Thank you so much again for all the new memberships, guys. Thank you for almost 850 memberships. That's wild. That is wild. Oh, it was PS4 then. Oh, okay. When'd you get a PC? Actually, I think I remember you telling me you got a PC now that I'm thinking about it. Not gonna lie, I'm more interested in the state of the game than Strand. Well, I think the state of the games are always like really interesting because they really give like a deep dive of a lot of what's to come. A lot of times. Let me make a pinned comment real quick. So I understand why you would say that. D2 Panda, I'm sorry I missed it. Give me a moment. Yo, Head Blast with the 5. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yo, thank you for gifting one to Socot and That Sir and Bibulus and Lumini and Vex as well. Thank you. It's pretty mid, but looking to put some money into upgrading it. Let me know if you need any advice on that, Ethan. And also if you need any discounts too. Because we have a PC sponsor, we can get something a little like in the works. If need be. Alright. Okay. Good morning, Wilhelm. How are you doing? That's the second time you got gifted a membership. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. I'm gonna pin this and then we're gonna do the thing. Let's go. Matica, what's good? Thank you for gifting those memberships. Head Blast, what do you want? Callus or Witness? There we go. Darso, what's good? So yeah, I appreciate I'll let you know. Sounds good. Nicholas says, don't forget guys to the like button, sub bell for notifications on more streams, and not thumbs down button. Thank you, Nicholas. Wait, is there gonna be a Vidoc state of the game today? Oh, why do I have... Oh my lord, what am I doing? Why is this on? Oh, I remember why it was on. Because I was looking for chests. Kaz says, good morning, CB in chat. Oh, wait. Scottish shouted, I didn't even look and see what it was. As long as he knows. Says, you nervous about the Vidoc? Why would I be nervous? It'll be what it is and is what it bees, and that's kind of just gonna be that. Yo, Kyle, what's good? Exclamation point, power GPU Illuminati for that. Head Blast, did you say Witness or did you say Callus, by the way? Tobias, thank you for the 2. So it's Callus Witness merch? Wouldn't that be something? Started playing the Demon Slayer game? I didn't even know they had a game. Scottish, I don't think, I would just jump there and make sure that the other person is at least up before you shoot it. Because we're definitely doing one on this one. So I'll end up not really saving us any time speeding through it like that. Alright. When will it start? No exact time. So it'll drop when Bungie's ready. We need more Witness posters? We have quite a few, don't we? Did I order more Witness posters? I did, yeah. Okay, it's dog. Word, okay. Oh, we gotta kill some bell peppers. Okay. We'll get Mr. Scoot in a second. CB, I'll take Papa Callus. Sounds good. Is it dropping today? It's dropping today. Alright. Yeah, definitely the picture store has been like, what in the world is this guy doing? Like, that's for sure. After I've ordered this many pictures, they're like, what's wrong with this guy? Like, 100%. But that's okay. It's definitely been a funny meme. Looks like she's going right. Okay. Nice. Alright. Yeah, that's probably what they said, cool kids. You're not wrong, you're not wrong. Where's the timer for the state of the game? If I knew the time the state of the game was coming out, we'd have a timer for it. But state of the games drop whenever Bungie's ready for them to drop. Def, my best meme from the channel out of all so far. Oh, well, thank you. What's your high stat armor rolls that you've gotten? I've gotten a bunch. We can go through them after this if you want. Is the state of the game going to be a Vidoc? No, the state of the game is something that's a written thing. So it's about to be 5,500 words about the future of the game. So we're going to learn a whole lot about the game today. That's coming. Good morning, S4. How are we doing today? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. When is the state of the game coming? As the pinned comment says, we don't know the exact time it drops. So we're gonna find out together. I'm guessing probably around reset if I had to take a guess, but we don't have an exact time on this now. So that's why we're gonna be counting it down together. No worries at all, Aiden. That was more for everybody to know, to be honest. Need a nap, but I'll have you on in the background. Sounds good. Thank you. Kidnator, how's it going? Thank you. Just keep up the great work, CB. I hope Lightfall brings you so much support from the community. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a whole lot. Thank you, thank you. Just happy to get to be here with you guys. Makes me happy, makes me happy. Headblast says you're so close to one facing her. Yeah, but it's okay. All good, all good, all good. You up to date with One Piece? No, I'm a little behind. Love your videos, man. You rock. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Love y'all. D2 Panda, I'll see you in a bit. I just got my collector's edition today. Let's go. It's our Bungie stream. We have the state of the game today. It's a written thing. Okay, 5,500 words about the future of the game, so we're going to be diving into it today. I'm excited. One state of the game, as the pen comment says, we don't know the exact time. Right down the middle, easy enough. This normal duality or master? It's master. Helping people out while we're waiting. And there you go, Bridget. Done. Helping people out with getting some artifice gear while we chill. Bad, I hadn't seen that. No worries at all. No worries at all. GG's, GG's. Fern, what's going on? Did you get a chance to make a track for the Lightfall launch? I haven't yet, no. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to. We'll see. GG's, we'll do another one in a second. It's just class item for artifice gear? Oh, you can get anything for artifice gear. Anything can be artifice gear for this set. I've gotten all of this and more since doing all the help streams. We've probably helped at least, maybe at this point, 20 or 30, maybe 30 or 40 runs this week with helping people get artifice stuff. So I've just gotten, like, spammed with stuff, to be honest. But yeah, they just been kind of dropping non-stop. Playboy Ghost, what's good? How are we doing? I'd recommend at least 1596, but it'll be challenging. We've helped people as low as 1550 get through it. So definitely still feel free to jump in if you want. If you end up getting selected, of course. Alright. Alright, I need to put up Head Blast Callus real quick now, guys, before we do the next one. Then we'll choose somebody, okay? Okay.
Check.
Alright, and then we'll help out with that next one right after this. Let's do it. Alright.
Whenever you need me again, Guardian.
Eververse trades
Alrighty.
enhance a Guardian's journey.
Yo, Ronan says, guess what, CB? It's my birthday today. Yo, Ronan, happy birthday, let's go. Happy birthday to you.
It's my birthday today.
Let's go. Happy birthday. Hope you have a really, really good one today. Thank you so much for dropping in. Means the world, it means the world, so thank you. Okay. Alright, let's get this on the wall for Head Blast, why don't we? So, whoa, birthday? Yep. Big pug. Alright, guys, what we're gonna do, let's get Head Blast on the wall. Since Head Blast gifted those 5 memberships, and then let's move on to the next one. Let's help another person out after. And Bridget, really nicely done. GG's. Alright, let's get this up on the wall. All right. The witness is still so far ahead. So I need to add the score, that one witness and that one callus. The one from Mackay and then this one from Head Blast. Okay. Great. Alright, let's go ahead and select the new setup. Let's select a new person now. Here we go. Let me add this real quick. That's 8372. Or CB73. Alright, if anybody wants a chance at the dungeon, let's go ahead and type in the word. Let's see. Let's just type in the word. Let's keep it nice and simple. Artifice. If you want Artifice gear, just type in the word Artifice. Sounds good, Scottish. And we'll pull somebody else in again while we're waiting.
Hi again.
Pull somebody else in while we wait. We'll do a few while we're sitting here. Because why not? Let's do some hanging out and some helping while we're here. All right. If you get selected, make sure to join on the join code, cbgray #3309. All right, Normie, let's do it.
The rain tastes funny these days.
All right, Normie, you can go ahead and jump in. GG's. Bibulus says, also new member here, CB, glad to be here. Oh, I really appreciate you. How are you doing today? Wait, what reveal is there? There's going to be the state of the game today. Hold up, Lightfall's in 15 hours. No, 15 days. Alright, Normie, let's do it. What's the state of the game? Where they're going to talk about the state of the game in very, very deep detail. It's kind of in the name. So excited for Lightfall? Same. Time is state of the game, as the pinned comment says. We don't know the exact time. So hope they nuke PvP and Gambit. Oh my. Will they reveal stuff about Lightfall? Definitely. First time here, just want to say hi. Hey, Captain Ellie, how are you doing today? Isn't the article in 4 minutes? They didn't put a time. The reset is in 4 minutes. I can't find a Rumble game? I'm sorry. Always love chilling in these live streams. Very nice, all. Thank you. Nightmare Guardian, how's it going? We have a third, GD. Alright. Hey, Civvy, my cat says hi. Hello. Yeah, sorry, Scottish. I had to switch to my hunter. Excuse me. Yo, Theo, thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. Brett says, CB, did you make Destiny all by yourself? In what world? Oh, man. Thank you so much, Theo, for the membership. Hey, CB, I'm new here. I found you in live recommended. Thought I'd come by. Yo, Gino, how are you doing today? Good to see you. How goes it? Thank you for dropping in. It means the world. Bibulus to CB is the head of Bungie, confirmed. Oh my. No worries at all, Scottish. So are you good now? Are you saying you were or you are going AFK for 2 minutes? Alright. So they can release, but yeah, we'll see. It could be around. It could be around the reset. It could be before. It could be after D2 Panda. We'll see. Here now, perfect. Let's do it.
My daughter, my star.
Oh, I appreciate you, Brett. That means the world. Long time. Excuse me. Longtime lurker of your content, always enjoy the positivity. What is your go-to exotic weapon all around? As of late in the PvE side, it's usually just Arbalest because I just can like not even think about anything when I have that gun on. Sun and Cup, Capri Sun. When do you think we'll get a Vidoc? I don't really know when or, you know, if they're still planning on doing a Vidoc for this year. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, right? Because I'm running out of time. I guess ideally it would be either this week or sometime next. If it was, oh, am I really? Yeah. I guess so much for a shield there. Arbalest really helps with match game? Yes, it does. No, Quabs, it's definitely varied before. I'm doing great, bro. I'm relatively new to Destiny. Been about 6 months now, and now I'm addicted. Let's go. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. Excuse me. Say good riddance to match game, right? When is the state of the game? As the pinned comment says, we don't know the exact time.
Guardian, down.
I'll go grab you. You said no doubt they'll replace match game with something more annoying? Maybe. Are you talking about Arb or what, Busco? Hey man, when I search your name and number in the player finder, it says you're offline. Do you always appear offline? No, that's probably the Xbox glitch, but you just joined through the join code in the chat. In your game chat. Sun and X, that's okay. Oh, I feel bad. Norma was just jumping. I was kind of caught in the air too, to be honest. It's nice. It's like the stream my friends on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, Arbalest, please. I really, really appreciate that. When it's all said and done, I'm really looking forward to the expansion. Same. They'll call it Unmatched Game. You're tight your main class? Yes. Viper, what's good? How are we doing? Aqua, how'd you sleep? That hurts. You excited for the season finale next week? Well, we're gonna, I guess it starts this week though, right? Finale's the last 2 weeks, they said. Last 2 weeks is the finale, so we have a spicy stream planned for tomorrow. I'm excited. Should be fun to get to go through all that with you guys. Did they say when the TWAB is coming out? TWAB's coming out on Thursday. Ain't no way I woke up at 1 p.m. and I've done just about nothing for the past 4 hours. Nothing like a little chill day. Yeah, story's dope, Captain Ellie, for sure. It's definitely really cool. The right's the right. Oh, unfortunate. Very nice, very nice. Can you buy artifice gear with spoils? No. Oh my. Looks like coming down middle. When did they announce the state of the game? They've been talking about it since like earlier this week. Or I guess technically this week just started, right? So the end of last week. I guess it'll be more accurate. Is this gonna be a one phase? Keep it going, and beautiful, beautiful. CB needs fire and forget. Didn't need anything there. That one felt good. How are you doing today, CJ? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Very, very nice, Normie. Very, very nice.
From his rise
Very, very, very
to his
nice.
fall,
Congratulations.
to whatever it is he is becoming now.
Very, very, very,
Catalyst
very
is seeking
nice.
Transfiguration.
CJ, how is your day going today, my friend? What is this? This is the Master Dungeon. Doing well and playing Hogwarts. How's that been? Carbon Artifice gear helping you guys get some while we're chilling. Helping people get some Artifice gear and hanging out. Hey, glad to hear it, CJ. I'm glad it's been dope. Dare I ask why your room is covered with witness? As it says at the bottom of the screen, give 5 memberships, get your name on a callus or witness. So we have, what's that called? 156 people who have their names on the wall now. Thanks to a lot of very kind generosity. Double Nightfall rewards tomorrow? I don't know if it's tomorrow. I thought it was the last week. I could be wrong, though. I thought it was for Wendigo week. Wait, is there news coming out today? 5,500 words about the future of the game. Yo, CB Grapes, how are you doing? How are you doing? What's good? What's good? Hype from French class. Hope you're having a good day in French class.
Checking right now. Sign, please.
All right. New Vinland Saga drop. Nice. Oryx, how are we doing today? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Hope you are doing well.
All done.
Liquid, D. Today's a good day. Today is a good day. I agree. Absolutely no reason to complain.
Hi again.
Really, really happy.
Please, Guardian. It's busy.
All right.
Hi there.
All right, we will pull a random person in here in just a second.
Thank you. Thank
Eververse
you.
isn't just a title.
Let me swap over to good old Hunter. Said that the Eagles praised the Traveler, they would have won. Oh my. Alright, if anybody wants a chance at the dungeon, just type the word dungeon one time and one time only. Dungeon one time and one time only. Didn't fly high enough. Oof, oof, oof. Excuse me. Yeah, just type it in one time and one time only, please. One time only. They're gonna be talking about everything, Earth. Like, I'm sure nothing will be off limits for today's thing. Alright, let's see. Muffin Mayhem, let's get a run. Go ahead and join on my join code. cbgray hashtag 3309. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. That's 5,000 words, 5,500, even more. I'm excited. Okay. Thank you, Boomer. Yeah, it will, Busco. Probably, at least. Yo, bad Leroy Brown. Thank you so much for the 5. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, bad Leroy Brown. Are we doing a callus or a witness? What are we doing? And Muffin, go ahead and join up on the join code. Cloud, get some rest, get some rest. You're more than welcome, and the Witness as always. Holy, holy. Witness just killing it. Guys, if you got gifted a membership from Bad Bat Leroy Brown, make sure to thank him. Make sure to throw those calluses and Witness in. Gifted one to Busco and Ultra and Inferno and King and DJ as well. Thank you. I'm nothing, so I swear you never sleep, bro. The hardest working streamer out there. Oh, I appreciate you. Just trying to, help where we can. Muffin says I feel bad. Sorry, why do you feel bad? I can't. I let somebody else in right now. I'm sorry. Guys, please, I'm begging, if you're not actually trying to play, let's try not to inconvenience other people that are. Just so we can try to get as many people in as possible. We just want to value everybody's time. Alright, let me choose another. Atheon time, are you here? Atheon time. When is the article coming? As the pinned comment says, we don't know the exact time. It'll just... Bungie will drop the bomb on us when they're ready. Let's do it, Atheon time. Knox, what's good? How are we doing? Stuart says, CB, I missed you. I missed you. How are you? Alright, let's get that Witness on the wall while we're sitting here. Atheon, you can join on that join code. cbgray hashtag 3309. The Jay Renton. Yo, welcome in, man. Thank you. Says, love the content. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. I love you guys, and I really appreciate all the support. Seriously. Alright, let's do it, Leroy. Bad. Leroy. Alright. What was the join command? cbgray hashtag 3309. Alright. Let's throw this up and then let's get Atheon a run. Let's do it. Let's get this up on the wall that we're very, very quickly running out of space on. Then let's go from there. Mochamp, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome, Mochamp. I really appreciate you. Hope you're doing well today, my friends. Hope you are doing well. Appreciate you being here. Let's update that score and let's keep it going. Alright. The pics are everywhere now? Yeah, they've literally taken over the whole room. What is the state of the game supposed to be? It talks about the state of the game. It's beginning to look like a shrine. You're not wrong. You're really not wrong. Joe Zaza, what's good? How are we doing? Atheon, let's do this. Looking very good, I must say. Hey, hello, hello. Looking very good. Let's do it. State of game already happened though. Yes, Stuart. Santic, I'm doing well. How are you? Soon the pictures will take over the house. You're not wrong. Thank you again to all the membership gifting today, guys. Almost 900 members here is insane. And thank you for those who have gifted even more memberships so other people can have their names on the wall too. That's really what's caused it to be so crazy too. There's been some people who have already gifted 5 to get their own name on the wall, then they gift 5 more or even more so more people can be on the wall. So people have been so generous, which has been just, I mean, it's been out of this world support. I didn't look and see what this one was. So it looks like you guys got it. Just Master, yeah. So I really, really appreciate the kindness. I feel like I was about to update something real quick. I was. 1 second. I'm coming, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, you can kill me there. That's fine. Needed to update one thing real quick. Yo, Mr. Orange, long time no see. How are you doing, my friend? Alright, Scions, I'm just trying to update something on the screen. Alright, what was it? Sun and, Capri Sun? Let's do it. Let's do it, let's do it. Any Mario stream soon? Yeah, definitely. Tico, how are you doing? So good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, Tico. How was your weekend? Oh, whoops. The One Piece is real, it is. What's up, CB? That's no joke of a countdown. You're not wrong. Okay, I saw the pin now. No worries at all, Budsy. How are you doing? Use 7 posters to call Shenron? Oh my gosh. Okay, just working, taking my lunch break. What's for lunch today? I'm dead. Very dead. About to be punched in my face. What scout is that? Aisha's Embrace. Avion, how are you doing today? It's good to see you. Love your content. Have a good time. Yeah, thank you, Alden. I appreciate it. How's your day going today? Alright, let's go ring some bells. Burrito bowl from Chipotle. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. Okay, it's 2 down there. Looks like she's going left. I've already handled left. I'll get in front of her. Oh, Scottish is dead. I might be dead. After the stump, I think I'm dead. Yep, I was weak. I should have just used my super, but that's okay. I'll go get Scottish and get ready for the next one. Okay. Dude, those snipers are no joke. I might dead to the snipers. Yep, I figured. Okay. And get reset here in a second. We can still get really good damage here. Alright, let's get this party started. Okay, the snipers have gotta go. They gotta go. They gotta go. Or I could just miss. Oh, I can't get an angle. Pretty good for scuff damage. Polar Titan would never die? That sounds boring. More the reason not to do it. Mr. Balls, what's good? How are we doing? Said, why is your name green? You got gifted a membership, Carter. Is the state of the game out? No, or we be reading it together. You gotta watch the new Mario movie? Probably. You still been watching at school? I hope you're paying attention in class. More PvE, I'd say, Gino. Is the raffle for the next run already over? No. Awkward. Carter says 500 viewers and only 66 likes. Like the stream. Oh, I appreciate you. That's very kind to say. Very, very kind to say. The Mario movie plumber commercial is awesome. Was there like a new commercial that they just had? Hey, Brayden, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to see you. Honestly, I didn't even know we had went on to the next realm. I don't even know what the symbol is, to be honest. I was talking. I see over 200 likes, Aqua says. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm in Texas, Stuart. See, what's your role in the Scout? This has, let's see. This has Unrelenting and Vorpal on it. Omega says, I failed. You didn't fail at all. Used the Mario TV show theme song. That's dope. I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at it. What's the reveal today? They're gonna talk about the state of the game. 5,500 words about it, to be exact. Alright, Sun and Axis. This time I actually saw what it is. I never saw Gifted Me either. I could take a look in a second and try to figure it out for you. I like Scouts for this, just for the distance on it, all Vulgar. Disciple of Chaos, thank you so much for the sub and welcome. Hey, see what's going on, all the witness behind you, as the bottom says, gift 5 memberships to get your name on a callus or witness. So we have 157 names on the wall from people in our community here. You guys have gone absolutely insane. I appreciate it. Howdy, Lumi, how are we doing today? Okay, that's funny to see you guys doing this and coming in right as you were dead. Basically, me and my farm team's experience. Did you get any good stuff from it? Alrighty. You have a timer for 14 days? This Lightfall counter started, like, what's that called? In the what, 50s or 60s? Alright. Here we go. Crack a few of those shields. I don't, unfortunately, have, Arbalist. They are very weak. We gotta kill it instead. Alright. Send her home. Goodbye. Dr. Mikio says, why in God's name do you have a timer for 14 days? You must be new here. We have countdowns sometimes that are over 100 days. Nice to see your wall full of support. Oh, Dafty, I appreciate you. Is there a stream coming? It won't be a stream. It'll be 5,500 words of the state of the game and what's to come. Akuo, yo, what's going on? What's good, what's good, what's good? Glitch, go to orbit? Yeah, it's every time. How long till the state of the game drops? As the pinned comment says, we don't know the exact time, so we're kind of all hanging out together and we're helping people out with getting Artifice gear while we wait. Helping people get Artifice while we wait. Do I think another community event's gonna happen? I wish. I hope so. That'd be very cool if it was. I definitely do miss live events. The dungeon was fun. What do you expect coming from Lightfall? Hopefully a fun story, a fun raid, and hopefully a better core experience. I pray. It's a lot of copium. Oh my. Was that Master? That was Master. What are all those squares behind you? Like it says at the bottom of the screen, if you get 5 memberships, you get your name on a callus or witness. I have 157 names on the wall. Alex, I really don't know. I'm kind of like on the fence between the two of it. Never done that on Master. I hate it on Normal. It gets easier the more you do it.
Check, check, check. Transfer.
Hey Stevie, do you have any tattoos? I do not. No. Alright, if anybody wants a chance at the dungeon, for anybody who may be interested in playing, all you gotta do is type the word Artifice one time and one time only, and let's get you a run, why don't we? Let's get you a run. Let's get you a good old run. Get somebody else in here in just a second here. These have been the longest 6 months since the season of Plunder, whereas Lightfall, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Alright. Alrighty. Let's get somebody selected here, why don't we? Game reveal. We're gonna learn a lot about the state of the game today. I'm excited.
Whenever you need me
Very,
again,
very, very
Captain.
excited. Alright, let's get somebody selected here, why don't we? Let's get somebody selected. This Wizard Gaming, let's get you in here. 14 more days till Lightfall, I know, I'm excited. Never heard of this nice surprise? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Alright. That, sir, maybe. It looks like that Wizard Gaming is already ready to go. I love it. Love it, I love it, I love it. Alright, let's make this happen. Love the ship you're using from the Lost Exotic. Yeah, what do I have on right now? Centerfire? Interesting. Looked at the loot I got from that Master Kaido and I got an Artifice helmet with the same exact roll as my current legendary. Well, I guess at least it's Artifice. No, do you think this is my first day streaming? It's been 7 years. That's a comment that you see all the time. Stevie, when is the state of the game? As the Fin comment says, we don't know the exact time, but I'm excited for whenever it comes. How many more are you gonna do? I guess it depends on when the state of the game comes out. Yeah, Aqua, that's a big chatting moment. Yep, Brett, good call. State of the game today. State of the games today, my friend. What's the timer countdown to Lightfall releases on the 28th? Yep. Daniel says again, thanks for my gifted and thanks for everybody supporting CV. He's cute as a baby fallen. I appreciate you. Yes, Jay Renton, we're gonna do another one. Alright, 1 second. But that Lightfall timer, we're all sitting here waiting for a drop, right? What's the timer for? It may be till Lightfall, but I'm not sure. Could also be counting down something else. Alright, here we go. You ready to go? Let's do this. All types of random stuff, Gino. The timers for the Easter Bunny? Yeah, that.
My star, my betrayer.
Line and Axis. It's actually CB's birthday timer. Oh my. Zeta, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. And welcome, welcome, welcome. When do they guys show the state of the game? Whenever they guess they decide they're ready to drop it. It's dropping today though. The waiting's killing me. We're almost there though. We're almost there. Oh, okay. Okay. Is the state of the game like a TWAB? Think of like a TWAB that's like, this is like a parent of a TWAB. This is gonna be on steroids. 5,500 words. State of the games are usually where we get a ton of our information about what's to come. What are you most excited for Lightfall? Getting to spend it with you guys. Mr. Scooter. Do I plan to complete a day one Lightfall raid? Yes. Could have sworn I was already subscribed. No worries at all. Zeta, how are you doing? This anybody's first time in stream, welcome in. What's the scout? It's a Aisha's Embrace Adept. It's a trial scout, the flawless one. Tips for farming the mini tool, turn on a TV show. I didn't get to see what this one was, by the way, sorry. Turn on a TV show and grind out, oh, what is going on here? And then just grind out the chests. Did the stream already happen? No, the stream just started. I think I remember watching you when you were streaming, waiting for Shadowkeep to come out. Oh, the glory days. Butts, I'm sorry, my friend. Sorry, the state of the game reveal, that's a written thing. We'll read it, we'll go over it all together, Brian, when it comes out. It's gonna be 5,500 words of what's to come. First time in stream doing animation homework while passively watching, so I know when the blog post comes out. Nice. How's your homework going? She's going left. I'll try to stop her if you can. Whoa! That was almost bad. Oh, I can't believe I hit that Arbalest shot. That's hilarious. Alright, I'll start getting everything else ready here. This guy's still alive. What in the world? Just finished a history revision. How'd it go? Remember watching your stream when King's Fall dropped. You guys were aiming at World's. Oh, we definitely weren't aiming at World's First. We were just aiming for finish it. I never aim for World's First. I just want to beat the game before the 24 hours runs out. If that happens, I'm good. Since he actually got World's First. Oh my lord. Yep, I got the world's I got the world's. I can't even speak. I got the world's first belt in my house right now. Got it in this house right now. Titan is beautiful, thanks. It says nice, that's awesome. Oh no, I'm not actually world's first, Captain Ellie. I was joking. I wasn't joking about the belt being in my house, but I am joking about being world's first. No, there are two world's first belts that are in this house, but neither of them are mine. Let's see. This is, wow, this channel really grew. Last time I was here, you're helping people do Whisper of the Worm. Yo, Pug, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here today. Oh, that's a fine how you do here. He's the world's first for positivity in this community. Oh my. Cup and dog. What is Cup Dog? He's also world's first in denying he got world's first. You guys are too much. Oh, usually they usually can't tell when I do that. What are they doing? The Cabal are ridiculously trolling right now. I'll pick you up after this. Caballing? Yeah, they really are. I miss the Ret War so much. I hear you. Says CB's just being humble. I'm nowhere near the level of you guys. Are these bounties in the background? We're just doing what's that called? The Master Dungeon to try to help people get artifice stuff. You're always so happy. If you surround yourself with people you love, you'll always be happy. Oh, why did I think we were on Keitel? I was shooting the bell peppers like it was DPS. I gotta pay attention. Do I miss the Warmind campaign? Oh, I missed it a lot. I missed Warmind. That's on me. I don't know why. I thought we were out here getting ready to fight Keitel. I just got my career ended. Twice. Missed the Red War in good old Gaul. Can I participate if I'm in Europe? You can participate anywhere in the world. I don't care where people are from. We're all family here. As long as you're a human, you can join. I'm on the moon. Can I still join? Yes. So no exos? Oh, oops. I guess no love for the exos. No love for the exos. Sorry. Poor Cade 6. I'm from Europe and I play with CB loads. Love playing with you, Nicholas. You the GOAT. Sam. Tico says you can one phase 99 out of 100 times, and the one time you don't, people think you need to change loadouts. I know, Tico. At this point, I don't even know how many I've done of these help streams, and you know these things. There's not many activities in this game that actually require a loadout. Not many.
This is something I have
So,
heard
yeah.
spoken in Hive Apocrypha.
You understand how that
and
goes,
from the
Tico.
lips of Tolan the Shattered. According to the Hive, the final
All right.
shape is
Oh,
that
actually,
which
Tico,
remains
speaking of
when
that, that was
all
number
that
100 on the dot.
has been
Oh, we can do a few more,
removed.
Scottish.
It is as
I'm just
vague
chilling,
a
if you are.
notion as it is fascinating.
That was my 100th duality help. Guys, that was kind of cool. I didn't know that until I just went to look. Pajamas, what's good? Alrighty, let's do another. Why don't we? Alright, if anybody wants to run, just type in the word, that sounds good, Scottish. Type in the word dungeon one time only. Type in the word dungeon. One time only. Do we have a timeline other than today for State of the Game for 12? No. Alrighty. And Sony Master goes, wait, let's go, Scottish. That is because you're the GOAT and you know it. Always have been and always will be. Always have been, always will be. Hey, Saber, you helping people with 1560 power? The lowest that we helped somebody this week was, what's that called? It was, 1550. I think it's the lowest help we did. So, I don't care what your guys' power is. We're just gaming here, guys. If you want to game, you can game. I really don't care what your power level is. Super Mario Galaxy 2 Puzzle Plank Galaxy. It was 1550? Yeah, 1550, Aqua, yes. Thank you. 1550 was the lowest we helped. I don't care what your power is, guys. We're all just chilling here. Scyther, let's get you in here. Tico, that's because I spent all that time grabbing that cloak, bro. Man, it finally dropped too, thank God. 1350s can join. You can bring your Destiny 1 character that's 400 and join. Alright, let's get you in here, Scyther. Join on that join code. Scyther, are you Cade 6? Speaking of Cade 6, is this Scyther? Where does that cloak drop from? It drops from Iron Banner. Let's go. We got Cade 6 in here, guys. This is a legendary run. Said does Nightbot accept bribes? Oh my gosh. Long. I don't really use one. All right, let's see some cool stuff drop, maybe. Why don't we? I'm back, Shadow. Welcome back. How are we doing? So you won the positive stream award. I appreciate you. Just happy to be part of the family. I'm not used to Titan, so I might die a lot. Oh no, you're a legend. You'll be fine. You're a legend. You'll be fine. Yeah, Lois, they can definitely add up. You're not wrong. Like, that's not a wrong statement. So just slap on Lorelei. Yeah, it definitely can help for sure. Announced the day of the game? Not yet, but we'll watch it all together when it comes out. Don't start it just yet. Give me 2. Actually, I'm not even flown in yet, so I guess. What was that even about? Alright. Alright. Cool. Leon, we've just been pulling people in at random today, so we'll try to do as many as we can. How are you doing today, Leon? Alright, let's see some high stat rolls drop. Alright, K6, I hope you're ready. You came back from the dead, so let's do the thing here. What is the state of the game? Did I miss something? It hasn't come out yet, Pro. Whenever it drops, we'll go over it together. It's gonna be 5,500 words on the future of the game. PC setup. We have a dual PC setup. 13090 and 13070 in terms of, I guess, high level stats. Like, I can show you all the like other like stuff, but like those are the GPUs. Doing well, Leon, doing well. Really can't complain. Happy to see people getting the stuff they need, and that makes me happy. Axes and dog. Makes me happy to see people getting stuff they need. Oh, I almost fell like that. That almost just... I think I might die because of that. That was like just so goofy how that worked. Kate 6, if you can, please do not pick up that thing until we're ready to go, too. Because if we end up dying with it, it means that we have to redo it. So I'd recommend you can pick it up once we kill everything, or you can just let me pick it up. Just to make it a little easier. Alright. Alright, where are these bell peppers? Okay. Or I could die twice. Okay. But yeah, we'll pick you up after this, and then whoa, okay, that should have killed me. It's a good thing Duality works. Cade 6 is trying to speedrun. He is. Cade 6 says, "I didn't wait all this time, being dead since Forsaken, not to be in a rush." Yeah, so we'll just chill this time. Once you pick up Scottish, I'll send it. Oh, actually, that's a tough spot to be. Oh. I believe in you guys. You can make it out. I believe. I believe. I believe. Alright, let's go. We're getting out of here. Hope you guys are ready. Let's get up out of there. Said Duality working. Don't make me chuckle. What is going on this run? I've never died behind my barrier to him before. How did that happen? There we go, cool. I just needed both sides to be protected.
Guardian down.
Guys, Kate 6 picked it up again. Kate 6, please don't pick it up. Please don't pick it up. Oh. Wilma, thank you for the 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Kansas City won. Yeah, they did win. Dungeon's still buggy. Well, he definitely just killed me through my barrier, but it's all good. It's making for a more interesting run. And I'm all for the run being interesting. Is it out yet? Not yet. No. Not yet. Thank you so much for that very, very kind donation. I really, really appreciate it. If you can get that bell pepper, we'll quickly slam this. It's going to be really close, though, I'll tell you that much. Getting there is going to be a whole race. Let's just start it over. I'll start it over. I'll be fine. Start it over. Start it over. Knucklehead, what's good? Hi, what's good? What's good? Says, what's the state of the game post? It's gonna be 5,500 words on the future of the game. What up, everyone? CB, I saw a clip showing how useful Ruinous Effigy was here with the slam on the Bellkeepers. Def, give it a try after work. Interesting. I haven't heard of that gun in 10 years. Do you have to do Revision 0 Legendary for a secret mission? What do you mean? Are you talking about for like the finale? Do you need to do Revision 0? I don't think you need to do the Legendary mode. I don't think so. Yo, Dragon with the 5. Says, yo, cbgray finally back in the D2 and excited. How are you doing? Doing well. How are you? Oh, sorry, Scottish.
Guardian down.
I'm doing very well. I cannot complain. Cannot complain. Thank you for the 5. I really, really appreciate it. Means the world, means the world. What, I was about to say, what Bellkeeper are we missing? Tico, did it just drop? Hey guys, it just dropped, which means, Scottish, let's postpone this one. And then we'll come back and I'll make sure Kate 6 gets his run. Let's take a moment, guys. We're gonna take a moment to wipe. We are going to read. Now let's get ready. You ready? It's time, guys. This is about to be a long, juicy one. So what I'm thinking here is, let's do this here. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and full screen this, and let's go ahead and text speech reader. Alright. It's gonna be a long one, guys, so get ready. Everybody get your popcorn ready, okay? This is gonna be a very, very long one. Like, very, very long. This is gonna be 5,500 words of the game, so just be ready, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and get this up. I will pin the link. And let's go ahead and go here. And we're gonna go here.
Our ebook.
Here we go. 1 second here.
0H, Destiny Dev Team. Welcome to February, Guardians. My name's Joe. You may know me as the EXO in your Grandmaster using whichever exotic bow matches the Nightfall Singe, or the Awoken on your friends list with their fire team set to closed as they put another hour of attempts into soloing the latest dungeon. ST dungeon, or maybe even the human with 3 different red border weapons equipped trying to complete 10 separate bounties in a single match, but when I'm not logged into Destiny or on socials trying to convince people my Guardian fashion game is strong, I'm also the game director for Destiny 2. In a couple of weeks, Lightfall will be in your hands. It's the penultimate expansion in the Light and Darkness saga, and it's a radical acceleration toward the final shape. But as excited as we all are about Lightfall, it's not the only thing coming to Destiny 2 this year. Destiny is a massive, living, breathing organism, and what it requires to thrive is an incredible development team with a constantly updated list of priorities that can regularly inject high-value changes. So today, we're going to pull back the curtain and talk about how we see the game right now and what changes we need to make to allow Destiny to continue to evolve and thrive the way we all want. First, the good. We have gotten to a place where Guardians can expect consistency in the quality of content coming to Destiny 2 all year long. From the Witch Queen to Season of the Seraph, we are incredibly proud of all the high-quality shooter content and storytelling that has been added to the game over the last 12 months. But amid this quality and consistency, Destiny 2 can sometimes feel too predictable. While some consistency is necessary for us to be able to regularly update the game and prevent players from having to relearn Destiny every 3 months, as well as to maintain our team health and sustainability. It is clear that too much predictability has created a lack of surprise and delight by the time some of our major game updates get into your hands.
Definitely the seasonal model.
Aside from predictability, we sometimes still hear a refrain that has been sung since the beginning of our journey: there's just not enough to do. While there is plenty happening at the start of an expansion or seasonal drop, by the end of a season we often see our most engaged players lamenting that they have run out of things to sink their teeth into.
That's because lack of core.
This is not a problem that one more strike or an additional map can solve. Destiny 2 has an incredible amount of content. But sometimes not all our content is as rewarding or engaging as we'd like, and sometimes you just can't find anyone to play it with.
I hope they're gonna beef up the core.
With the issues laid out in front of us, we created 4 big goals for Destiny 2 leading up to the final shape. Expand players' imaginations.
Okay.
Bring challenge back to Destiny.
I like it.
Enrich our content.
Yes.
Connect our Guardians.
Why not?
Now, none of these goals will be achieved with one change, and they all are going to require consistent maintenance to remain true, but for the rest of our time together today, I would like to walk you through how we plan to address these 4 big goals in 2023. Expand players' imaginations. In Destiny 2, we want each major update to get the gears inside our players' heads turning on what's new and what it means for the way they interact with the game. This wasn't true for all of our releases last year, and it's going to take changes across multiple releases to get us where we want to be. We can't break all the design bones we want to right away, so instead let's unpack how we will take on this big challenge over the course of the next year. Season of Defiance. Lightfall will launch alongside Season of Defiance, while most of this content was wrapped up before this new goal was put into place, we still have numerous seasonal quality of life changes along with substantial iterations.
Pause real quick. I'm not going to hit pause that many times, but this is one of the things we got to realize too, in general with development when setting expectations. Sometimes we give a bunch of feedback, but they're developing things at least a year out in advance. And that was the same thing when people were like, oh, where's the Sony money too? Just because I got the Sony money, a lot of the stuff that they put out was already launched. So sometimes it takes a little while to actually see some of the effects of things they actually hear or money that they actually get.
Lightfall will launch alongside Season of Defiance, and while most of this content was wrapped up before this new goal was put into place, we still have numerous seasonal quality of life changes along with substantial iterations to our current model coming to shake things up. Starting with reducing complexity with our progression systems. This means fewer competing currencies to earn. We're doing away with umbrals and umbral energies, so after you've unlocked seasonal focusing, if you want to focus an engram into a particular seasonal weapon or armor, all you'll need is Glimmer and a seasonal engram.
Good.
Additionally, seasonal engrams will be stored and tracked on seasonal vendors, so managing the engram bucket in your character's inventory will be much easier than it is today.
I don't want
We
to do any
also
more
won't
Umbral
be asking
Energy.
you to
These
hold
daily
large
red
stacks of
borders.
seasonal currency to unlock a chest at the end of every seasonal activity.
Ultra, try not to spam,
Instead,
please.
we will be dropping singular keys throughout your playtime that allow you to extract better rewards from the chest at the end of a seasonal activity. This will create a simpler relationship where you know that if you have even one key, you're getting even better rewards. It also represents...
Hitting pause again, real quick. What do you guys think of this picture? Look at this, guys, real quick. Let me make this bigger. So this is obviously the seasonal gear, and then there's a focus on Mara. So what do you guys think of that? Season of Defiance, Mara in the background, a bunch of Cabal ships in the background, appears to be in the on the Earth. These are, I guess, pyramids, possibly. These are the pyramids, or maybe either that, or it's hard to tell, to be honest. But interesting. Yeah, so Mara. So pretty cool. All right.
It also represents the repositioning of these chests as true bonuses, not requirements. Unlike today's seasonal currencies, keys won't drop every time you complete an activity. To compensate for this change, we've made the base rewards for each seasonal activity completion better, so when you earn and spend a key it is a meaningful bonus, not a requirement to engage in the seasonal playlist.
Good.
Finally, by default, keys can drop from seasonal activities, which means you are no longer required to play content outside of the seasonal playlist to chase seasonal rewards. On top of these changes in Season of Defiance, players can expect fewer total vendor upgrades, with each individual upgrade being more potent and some upgrades even offering a variance on the way you interact with the seasonal activity. In Season of Defiance, we've also taken a big stab at the way we name our various progression systems and currencies. We want any player to read the name of something and immediately understand what it does, in short, to spend more time playing and less time trying to understand what they are supposed to do.
So with that one being said, guys, so big summary for this blurb is less of the monotony of just doing the Leviathan 10,000 times trying to get these keys that then are just a random chance at getting what we want, and then having to farm even more umbral energy to be able to do all these things. And so hopefully it's just going to make it where I'd say that the gameplay loop for seasonal stuff just isn't as much of a drag. Would probably be the best way to say it.
We want any player to read the name of something and immediately understand what it does, in short, to spend more time playing and less time trying to understand what they are supposed to do. In seasons to come. After Season of Defiance, we will head into Season of the Deep. With some time under our belt to react to recent player feedback, Season of the Deep will not feature a vendor upgrade paradigm. The same will be true for the following season. This doesn't mean players will never see a vendor upgrade system again, but instead means we want to create more varied experimental
Oh, you know what that means, guys? Sorry to pause again. That means no more of the table. Go to the season, and here's the table, and here's all your upgrades, and here's the table. The table was cool the first time when they had the Fractaline year or season, but now that the table's been every single season, it's just it becomes such a slog. So that's cool. I'm so glad the table's going away. That I'm actually really happy about. I haven't really been a fan of it since its implementation. The first season I thought it was cool. I think that was the Fractaline season. But then after it being cool the first time, after starting to see it every time, it started losing its valor.
This doesn't mean players will never see a vendor upgrade system again, but instead means we want to create more varied experimental frameworks and slowly create a wide array of different systems for players to show their investment into seasonal content. This variety will also extend into the types of content players experience in the moment-to-moment gameplay of our later seasons. In both Season of the Deep and Season 22, the team is pushing the envelope to create more fresh activity experiences, like when we first unveiled the Shattered Realm in Season of the Lost or debuted Battlegrounds in Season of the Chosen. One thing we want to continue from last year is casting a wide net when it comes to the themes and fantasies our players can expect with each release. Lightfall already has a very different tone and setting from the Witch Queen, and we want to continue this tonal variety in our seasonal content. From Reapers to Pirates to Cowboys, last year's seasons proved that Destiny 2 can encompass experiences that contain wildly varied inspirations, and we are committed to the adventures in Lightfall's collection of seasons feeling just as thematically fresh from one another as they did last year. These stories, progressions, and themes aren't the only way we think we can stretch the player imagination space. Some of this is going to come from putting new systems into Destiny 2 or revisiting systems that aren't quite hitting the mark. In Lightfall, we will be adding Guardian ranks to the game alongside rethinking Destiny 2 build crafting with loadouts.
Guardian ranks.
While we aren't going to go deep into either of those systems here, they both represent new lenses that we want to continue to apply to Destiny 2. For example, Guardian ranks aim to be the effortless way Guardians share their place in their journey with one another. No longer will the number next to your nameplate be a representation of how much you've grinded the season pass, instead, it's a representation of your experience as a Guardian and the challenges you've faced and overcame. Weapon crafting. You're going to want a killer set of weapons for those challenges, and this year we're going to change how you think about obtaining those weapons with some major updates to weapon crafting. While we love having some sources of deterministic perks, we've found that the route to getting the weapons you want to craft can be too random. At the same time, we also believe that weapon crafting being a part of so many of our weapon chases has diminished the joy of simply getting a great perk roll as a drop.
That is a big thing for me.
Here's what you can expect to change.
Sometimes I've wondered if I've been like an outlier with this, and then we'll see what the actual change is. Like, as much as I've loved like weapon crafting, like there's something about like getting things that aren't crafted that I think I still miss. I think there's two things I miss. I think I miss like the randomness a little bit. Like I still love, like don't get me wrong, I like crafting, but like there is something missing for me sometimes. And then that also applies for no longer having any random exotics in the game either. Like having every single exotic armor piece drop from Lost Sectors and there no longer being like any aspect of like, you know, mystery of when I'm getting certain things is another thing that I kind of miss from D1, to be honest. Like we all get our exotic armor pieces the same way now. We all get our exotic weapons the same. It's either season pass, dungeons, raid drop, or you know our quest, and then you know we have our lost sectors for armor. But there's no longer like go to the Vault of Glass chest and hope for Galahorn moments. Basically, I guess is what I'm getting at. Okay, let's keep going.
So here's what you can expect to change with weapon crafting in the year of Lightfall. To create independent chases for both crafted and non-crafted weapons starting with Lightfall, fewer of our total weapons will be craftable and more of our weapons with long-term sources will get value from random perk rolls.
Good.
To allow these non-crafted weapons to stand toe-to-toe with crafted weapons in Lightfall, in the year of Lightfall more and more of our non-crafted weapons, starting with new raid adepts this year, will have the ability to be enhanced.
Yes!
Enhancing allows
Enhanced
your drop weapon to start leveling
finally,
up, use
mementos,
mementos,
to do master
and
raids.
gain access to both enhanced perks and enhanced intrinsic properties,
Thank God.
but only the enhanced versions of the perks and masterwork that are already on the version of the weapon you are enhancing. Simply said, with some time and resources, enhancing allows you to take the random rolled weapon you've obtained and enhance its existing roll to match the full power of a crafted weapon. We are targeting to roll this out initially with Lightfall raid adepts at the launch of Season of the Deep.
I'm going to pause one more time too. So basically, once you have a god roll, essentially being able to enhance it, kind of like, because even like right now, sometimes you could get a god roll, but you know it just isn't going to stand toe to toe with a crafted version of something. So that's an interesting change too.
We are targeting to roll this out initially with Lightfall raid adepts at the launch of Season of the Deep. Long term, we want to expand this functionality to most of our new non-crafted weapon drops, but there are some technical hurdles we need to solve first. For crafted weapons, we will have some additional changes planned. You will never see deep sight on a weapon unless it is something you need to make pattern progress on.
Good.
When you see a red border in game, you will know it's valuable.
Good.
Targeting Season of the Deep, we will also be adding a mechanism to activate deep sight on any craftable weapon they do not have the pattern for. Finally, we want to tackle one more thing out of game to help with our goal of expanding the player imagination, and that's giving our players a little more of a sneak peek into releases before they hit the servers. So, while some of our releases this year will still be kept secret until they hit players' machines, others, like Season of the Deep, will preview and share key details ahead of time.
So basically not
Bring
getting a
challenge
trailer an
back to
hour
Destiny.
before the season.
We could have all the variety in the world, and that wouldn't
I'm gonna
matter
pause
much
real
if we...
quick again, then we're gonna read this next one, just so if anybody just joined us this next blurb. Every time they do a blurb, I'll just summarize. So basically, like summarizing this, guys. So no longer just where the only weapons that are going to be worth having are going to be crafted weapons, making it where things are valuable that are random rolls, like bringing back the feeling of getting a god roll, and and also being able to enhance those said god rolls, starting with raid adept weapons. So it sounds like the first step of that plan is making mastered raids not irrelevant. The only master raid that's ever been relevant is Vault of Glass, and that's because there wasn't a crafting system yet. That's why Time Lost Fatebringer and all that stuff existed. But, if you could have crafted Fatebringer, no one would have cared about Time Lost Fatebringer. But all the other master raids besides that were always irrelevant. So that is exciting. And then the other piece is it's going to seem like getting rid of all the useless deep sight weapons. So, we used to just get a bunch of red borders that were for materials. That no longer is a thing. If you get a red border, it's because it's craftable. And then lastly, more transparency when new things are coming. So not always just, here's your trailer for Season of Haunted 5 minutes before it comes out. Overall, I think this was a good blurb. I liked everything from here. I've been missing god rolls over crafting. You guys know me. I don't sit around crafting a bunch of weapons. So that's good for me. I do like that change. I do like master raids having more value because I just think they're pointless. And then I think that the transparency sometimes is good while balancing also secrets. I want secrets in the game, but I also want people to buy our game. So like I want sometimes for there to be trailers for stuff so people buy and play.
We could have all the variety in the world,
Bring
and that
challenge
wouldn't
back
matter
to
much
Destiny.
if we weren't also making sure that the content our players spend the most time with is engaging and interesting. There's a lot that goes into making a piece of Destiny content engaging, but at the Chewy Center, it's challenge. Last year, we spent a lot of time bringing all our subclasses up to the Stasis 3.0 standard. During that time, not only did our abilities become more powerful, but their synergy with weapons and gear raised the total power tide for all boats. The result of these changes is a game with a more compelling RPG, but at times lower levels of challenge in our core content. With a player base as large as Destiny's, the right level of difficulty is going to be different for everyone. While we are still committed to offering multiple difficulty levels in content such as our campaigns, Nightfalls, secret missions, dungeons, and raids, we feel like the baseline challenge in most of our content is just too low.
I would agree with that.
Tuning abilities. Bringing challenge back to Destiny requires a two-pronged approach. If we just tuned up our enemies across the game, we would start to encounter issues where combatants frequently one-shot players and would feel super spongy. As a result, even more relaxing content would require players to conform to the most meta Guardian loadouts. On the other hand, if we were only to tune the player's efficiency, the RPG elements would start to feel like they matter less, and Destiny might start to lose its essential fantasy of being this powerful battle wizard in space.
That's true.
So instead of focusing just on one vector, we're going to take measured approaches in both the player's toolkit and the strength of our monsters. Let's start with the player's toolkit.
Okay.
Across both PvE and PvP, we believe that abilities dominate too many engagements due to potency, which we don't want to nerf, and uptime, which we do want to tackle. Destiny is a game about guns and powers, we want both to shine. So, starting with Lightfall, we are moderately increasing ability recharge time across a wide selection of our abilities as mentioned in the ability tuning preview last week. We've also
remember
noticed
reading
that
that.
enemy combatants just aren't hitting as hard as we want them to, especially against max resilience guardians. So we're adjusting the amount of damage resistance granted by resilience and increasing the energy
Resilience
cost
nerf.
of resilience mods from 1 to 2 for minor mods and 3 to 4 for major mods. With the build crafting
resilience.
updates in Lightfall, we believe great builds will be much more accessible to the community, and while we still want your gear and your mods to be critical, some of the buffs to Guardians' damage and survivability were just a bit too strong in the old system. And so we've taken this opportunity for a balancing patch to gear-driven buffs. Now, I know those last paragraphs might have been scary to read, but we don't think these changes are going to be a big swing of the balance pendulum. More than anything, this is about reining in some unintentional power creep that we saw over the last year. We're committed as always to making your Guardian feel like the ultimate monster-killing machine, and I'm confident that with Strand, our new build crafting updates, and a suite of new weapons coming in Lightfall, you will all be making Zavala and Shax very proud.
I think ultimately that's
Enemy
fine.
mine.
10 resilience was kind of
But
boring.
I promised a two-sided approach to challenge, so let's talk about how things will be shaking up with enemy difficulty. Recently, we've been happy with the level of challenge present in the base Heist Battlegrounds playlist. To achieve this, we used a difficulty knob that enforces just how over-leveled we will let players be compared to the enemies they are fighting. This knob has always been present across our activities, and it's adjusted based on how evergreen we want the challenge to be in those missions. We were pretty aggressive with this adjustment in Season of the Seraph and it produced great results, so the base Battlegrounds playlist in Season of Defiance will use the same settings. Carrying this approach over, we are also going to be adjusting this same difficulty tweak on the Vanguard Ops playlist. We aren't going to set this playlist knob to a level quite as intense as the Battlegrounds playlist, but we do want to use this setting to make Vanguard Ops a lot more engaging to the average Guardian star.
Time out. Does that mean that Battlegrounds playlist and Strike playlist is getting separated? I've never heard them refer to the Battlegrounds playlist as Battlegrounds playlist. At first I was like, oh, this is unfortunate, more Battlegrounds, but they referred to Battleground playlist and Vanguard Ops playlist. Are Battlegrounds getting yeeted out of the Vanguard Ops playlist? If so, that'd be a massive W. I don't know, I might be misinterpreting that, but I really want Battlegrounds out of the Strike playlist. That's just me. I've never heard them say Battlegrounds playlist before, so if Battlegrounds are genuinely in their own playlist, thank God. But if they're not and I'm misinterpreting that, then unfortunate. I think that can be interpreted in one or two ways. I think it could just be the whatever the battleground is for that season. But I really hope that means that Vanguard doesn't have Battlegrounds anymore. They don't belong in there.
We aren't going to set this playlist knob to a level quite as intense as the Battlegrounds playlist, but we do want to use the setting to make Vanguard Ops a lot more engaging to the average Guardian starting in Lightfall.
I can still believe
this
and hope.
approach to power and difficulty is also going to be present when players are roaming around Neomuna, and while we don't want the entire game to feel like it's turned up to 11, we think these changes will help the enemy forces patrolling Neomuna feel dangerous and worth your attention.
Neomuna.
You may have noticed that we have been experimenting a lot with our power settings over the last few seasons, and we are planning on taking on even more experiments this year.
Needs change.
We think that there are some major issues with power in Destiny 2 and how it prevents players from seeing some of our best content, so we'd like to make a big change to the system in the final shape. However, to understand more about how our changes could be improved, we want to keep tweaking our power settings over the year of Lightfall. Some of these tweaks might be found in our back end with little transparency to the average Guardian, while others will be front and center. For example, when Lightfall launches, we will have a power climb that is very similar to that in the Witch Queen, but later in Season of the Deep, we don't plan to raise the power or pinnacle cap at all.
This is a big one.
Enrich our content.
This is big. I'm hitting pause,
with
guys.
all these changes to power and pursuits.
Stop talking! This is huge. This actually is like massive in my opinion, guys, and I'm going to explain why real quick, and then we're going to keep going. I love the grind for power level in the beginning of a new DLC. I want to stream 40 hours. I want to grind with you guys until my eyes bleed. I want to have the power level be super high. I want to be grinding forever to get to power level for that first raid. But what I don't want to do is after 3 months have an artificial grind again where I have to regrind my artifact and regrind to the pinnacle cap just to be able to do GMs after 3 months again. Like I get to the GM level in 3 months, and then next 3 months they're like, no, you need to re-grind again to be able to do GMs again. Guys, I've probably done like 3 GMs this year, maybe 4, because I can't even be bothered to do that grind. It just feels so artificial. It feels like like you said, it feels repetitive. I think honestly the word for me isn't even repetitive as much. It is repetitive, but I think the word for me is more artificial. It just feels like Bungie just click the button and then I'm just technically no longer powerful enough anymore, even though I am. Right. So that it's turned me off of Grandmasters so much. When people are like, are you gonna do Grandmasters? Because I stream the game daily, right? So people usually will assume I'm gonna do GMs, and I'm like, no, I'm not the power level for it, because I don't feel like pinnacle grinding, and I don't feel like grinding my artifact in a lost sector or doing a bunch of bounties and challenges. I just don't feel like doing that. I'd rather sit in the dungeon and help you guys. So I sit in the dungeon and do that. And just as a last little aside, take the Duality season. Duality was the pinnacle content for that season. I did 75 Duality helps that season, and I wasn't ready for the GMs. I don't think anybody else can name me a game where you do the in-game challenge 75 times and you can't play an activity. So that really hurt the experience for me. I had done Duality 75 times and was told I'm not strong enough to do a Grandmaster. Does that make sense? And then we can continue on that. But this is a big change. So I did want to talk a little bit more about that one. Let's keep going.
With all these changes to power and pursuits, we also want to make sure there is plenty for players to sink their teeth into over the next year. For the last few years, we've been trying to attack this problem by trying to squeeze one more morsel of new content in each release. But I think we can get better results with a different strategy, making the existing depth of incredible content in Destiny 2 more valuable to new and returning Guardians. Fiery Crucible. Let's start with one of our most evergreen rituals,
Crucible.
Player versus player combat is here to stay in Destiny 2, as we think it's one of the most inherently replayable parts of the Destiny experience.
That's true.
Last year, we injected several new modes into PvP, from Rift to Eruption to Fortress. We're excited for some of these game modes to get more face time in the core ritual experience, but we're not done adding variety to the ways you engage with PvP. In Season of Defiance, we're looking at getting Countdown back into the game along with a respawn variant of the game mode we call Countdown Rush, where players must detonate/defuse both bombs on the map before the round ends. We also aim to run a series of Crucible labs, including a mode where the player sandbox is dramatically changed. Weapon damage, ability uptime, and even ammo are all adjusted in a new mode tentatively titled Checkmate Control. This mode will reward players who use their smarts and their skills. So, if the only way the enemy has been able to shut you down in the past is a solo blade barrage, they might be in trouble. This isn't all we have planned for modes, so keep your eyes on labs for more classic and all-new modes later this year.
Okay.
Now, we think that a steady stream of novel game modes, and a reining in of player power is going to do a lot for the health of our PvP ecosystem, but we're still committed to keeping true to our Crucible maps plan, which means the arrival of Meltdown in Season of the Deep, a brand new Vex Network map in Season 22, and the return of Citadel in our last season before the final shape.
And then Citadel.
We will also be looking at our existing maps and doing a spawn retuning pass on many of them this year to improve how our various modes flow.
This one, people that play PvP, you're gonna have to speak on this a little bit more than me. I mean, obviously, So the way that this is reading to me, and let me know if I'm wrong on this. Season of the Deep is the season after Season of Defiance. So that means not the season that Lightfall comes out. So if I'm reading this right, this means that we have a major DLC coming and no Crucible map that comes in Lightfall. Then there's Meltdown that comes in Season of the Deep, which is the season after the Season of Defiance. Then we get an actual new map 2 seasons into Lightfall. Or 3 seasons into Lightfall, excuse me. The 3rd season into Lightfall, we get a Vex Network map. And then the 4th season, we get a returning map. So we have 2 returning maps, and we have a new map within the full year. But as a Crucible player, I want to know how you guys feel about this real quick. Then we're going to continue. Like, how does it feel like not getting a Crucible map on the launch of a major expansion? I think that's a mistake. Like, I think that even if it was returning, like, bring back Citadel or Meltdown and the returning Lightfall. I mean, I agree. You said I need 5 maps. I mean, I'm with you. I want, give 10. Have a whole team of them. Like, I'm with you. But not having one isn't really good. I don't really care, I'm gonna be honest, but Crucible is so much more important to the game than you realize. Like, every single time that, especially in the OG days of like Destiny 1, anytime there was content droughts, Crucible carried this game. And even still, I mean, the only time people even care enough to watch this game is usually over the weekends after reset. If it's not Tuesday reset, no one is like the player. The directory has never been lower, outside of, still as crazy as it is, trials on the weekend. That's it. Other than that, our directory's never been in an unhealthier place in the last like 3 years. So I just think that this is a mistake personally. This is the first mistake I've read. Not having a Crucible map on the beginning of a new season and the beginning of a major expansion is, even if it's a returning one, is a mistake. Whether you like Crucible or not, I just think that's a mistake. Like, this is coming from somebody who doesn't play Crucible, guys. So this isn't me being biased. I don't sit around playing Crucible. How many times have you come into my stream and seen me playing Crucible? It never happens. So this isn't me being biased as like a PvP main. This is just me being honest. This is a mistake, in my opinion. This is the first thing I've read that is a mistake. 04, hey, welcome in. I appreciate you. All right, let's keep reading. I just think Lightfall's too big not to have something new to run around in PvP. Just a mistake in my opinion.
We will also be looking at our existing maps and doing a spawn retuning pass on many of them this year to improve how our various modes flow. In matchmaking, we still don't feel we have nailed the trade-off between fair matches and good connections. We still need to get features like dynamic skill ranges in-game to allow for players across all skill levels to get consistently high-quality connections in their matches. As we continue to adjust algorithms to improve connection qualities, we are also turning our eyes toward lobby balancing, where we aim to construct matches with a more consistent skill spread amongst players on both teams. We also want to continue to zoom out and make sure that we're upgrading the meta systems that encourage folks to play PvP. Think of this like the Iron Banner revamp, our recent increases to Iron Banner reputation, and our commitment to having 3 Iron Banners per season this year. While we haven't settled on all the final details, we are currently looking at the rewards and matchmaking structures of Trials of Osiris and would like to push more updates to that mode this year in order to more consistently keep the population at healthier levels.
So good.
Finally, in competitive we want to improve the speed at which players climb to the rank that most matches their Crucible skill and ensure it's clear why you won or lost the specific number of ranked points shown after a match. Exotic mission rotator.
Guys, before, because this is the end of the Crucible update, and I'm just going to give a quick recap for anybody who joined, then we're going to go to the next spot. But first, let me speak on that last little blurb. I think more rewards in Trials of Osiris is cool for sure. I think working on spawns is cool. I think working on connection is cool. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if anybody played the last Iron Banner, but the amount of teleporting that I was experiencing, because that was the first time I played Iron Banner in a while, because I wanted the Hunter Cloak. So I played it an absorbent amount of Iron Banner this past Iron Banner, and the connections were very rough throughout the whole week. So working, I don't know if anybody else was experiencing that or if it was just me, but connections are definitely something that I'm happy to see them focus on. Spawns are another one I think is good. Trials of Osiris rewards are good, but the thing that I still struggle with here, I was experiencing pretty bad connection issues. Yeah, it was pretty rough for me. I don't want to over exaggerate, but it was definitely rough. But then the last thing that I wanted to touch on real quick, guys, is the competitive change. Outside of there being rows to get for I guess your qualifier. I mean, I think that the leveling up more in competitive is an all right change. Like I think sure that it's trying to get people to the I guess whatever rank reflects them. I guess at a more appropriate amount of time. The only thing is, I don't feel like that was the problem with competitive, at least personally. And this is coming once again, so take it with a grain of salt. Somebody who's not really playing much competitive, but the thing that I think gets people into competitive is a in-game reward. Personally, I don't think it matters how good or bad competitive is in terms of the system. I think what in terms of matters is what are you chasing for? Because whether or not you agree with Forsaken PvP's competitive being good or not is kind of not really why people played it. It was because Mountaintop. It was because of Recluse. It was because of Revoker. Those playlists were jumping back then, right? And it was because they had some of the best loot of all time. And that meant, Crucible could have been a dumpster fire and people would have still played it. The one thing I'm still waiting for in competitive is an actual thing to chase in competitive. And then I would play it all the time. But and Not Forgotten, excuse me. I didn't say Not Forgotten. Sorry. Not Forgotten as well, of course. Max, thank you for the sub. So I think no matter how they tune competitive until there's an actual in-game reward for it at the end, I don't think competitive is gonna see a real boost, personally. Like I know they want to get away from levels or weapons that are as good as Recluse or Mountaintop, but man, you can't say everybody wasn't playing. And Luna's Hell, yeah, Luna's Hell too, yep. Like, you cannot say people weren't in that playlist. That playlist was jumping. So, overall, guys, recap, and then we're going to keep going. Recap for the Crucible section is they are bringing a few new modes. They're going to be bringing, or not a few, excuse me. They're going to be bringing one new mode as Checkmate Control. They're going to be messing around with Crucible Labs more. They're going to be bringing back Countdown for anybody who's an OG. You guys probably remember Trials of the Nine Countdown. So that's coming back as well. On top of that, we talked about the changes not the changes, but the plan for the maps and how it's a little bit rough, to be honest, with the maps, in my opinion. No map coming when Lightfall launches. Then one returning map the season after Lightfall launches. Then we get an actual new map 2 seasons after Lightfall launches. And then we get another returning map the last season before Final Shape. So Lightfall, a major expansion, is going to launch without any Crucible map. Lastly, Iron Banner is going to get a revamp. It's going to be more rewarding. Same thing with Trials of Osiris. They're going to be working on matchmaking and spawns in Crucible. And then competitive, they're going to be making it a little easier or not easier, but the time, I guess, is going to be not as brutal to get to the rank that you deserve to be at based on, I guess, where it judges your skill, which I think is fine. But I still think, like I said, competitive, the issue with competitive isn't how long it takes to get to a rank. People spent 10 years in comp to get Mountaintop. I don't think it matters the length. I think it matters what you're chasing. And I think if it's just some set of text over your head, I don't know how many people are going to grind it. All right, to the next thing. Hopefully I covered that well.
Exotic Mission Rotator.
Exotic
Trials
Mission Rotator.
Won't be the only thing getting love as far as rituals go.
Exotic Mission
So
Rotator,
let's
what is
start
that? Does
talking
that
about
mean
the
that
PvE
Whisper's in a
side of the
playlist?
game.
Hold on.
Over
Wait,
the
pause,
years,
champs.
We've added a
Maybe.
ton of great exotic missions like Presage and Operation Seraphis Shield to Destiny
Wait,
2.
what about Whisper? Wait,
This
you
year,
didn't name Whisper.
Not only will we continue to create new exotic missions, but starting in Season 22, we will be adding an exotic mission rotator.
Wait, what is this?
Like our
Old
legacy
ones,
raid
please,
and dungeon
please,
rotators, the
please.
exotic mission rotator will feature exotic missions from the
This is a
past
good
that
change.
rotate on a weekly
Yes.
cadence and offer great rewards for players willing to dive into some
Yes.
classic content.
Yes.
In Season 22, this rotator
Please.
will contain the exotic missions from Seasons 13, 16, and 19, Presage, Vox Obscura, and Operation Seraphis Shield. With this framework implemented, we hope to use this rotator in the future to continue to bring some of Destiny 2's
Honestly,
most classic missions
this is
back
still
into
a
the
W.
fold.
This is W. Wait. Don't say told you, Akko. You did tell me. It was copium, but it's not copium. This is mid copium. This is good, in my opinion. So this isn't full copium. Maybe I'm speaking copium. I don't think this is copium. I think this is good, actually. I know it's not Whisper, but they did say the last literally sentence was
We hope to use this rotator in the future to continue to bring back some of Destiny 2's most classic missions back into the field. This means 0 Hour and Whisper. I hope. Maybe Copium. You guys can call me out if I'm speaking Copium. But what this I feel like at least means is this is going to be the path to getting Whisper and Outbreak back. I mean, I think before we didn't even have a path to getting them back. But this sounds like a path to getting them back. I'm okay with a path. If they're building the sidewalk to getting us back to where we can walk back, then that's fine. I mean, it's not, we're not already at the destination, but if they're building the roads so that we can get there, I'm honestly good with that, personally. You said OMG recycled. I mean, this is terrible and lazy. No, not this. This had nothing to do with them saying they're bringing more things. But bringing back classic stuff this stuff needs to be back, in my opinion. I disagree with that. Not with this. This is something that should have just always been in the game, or they should have never left. But yeah, I think that these should be back, personally. And if this is gonna get us back to 0 Hour and Outbreak, I'm honestly good with that. Bad Juju 2? Yeah, Bad Juju 2, for sure.
With this framework implemented, we hope to use this rotator in the future to continue to bring some of Destiny 2's most classic missions back into the fold.
Yeah, that was good. I don't mind that. That's good.
Another area of PvE we think we can have a big effect on is the Vanguard rituals.
We have it, Jeffrey. Copium B.
We have already talked about how we are going to be making the Vanguard Ops playlist more engaging by raising the challenge level, but with Lightfall, we are also shaking up some of the activities inside the playlist.
It'll probably come secure on eventually.
This effort will begin with refreshing the Lake of Shadows and Arms Dealer's Strikes.
Okay.
Both activities have had their objectives and encounters reimagined and upgraded to match the combat engagement levels of some of our more recent strike entries, such as Lightblade and Proving Grounds. In addition, we are also taking strikes that have not been updated recently, such as Exodus Crash and the Inverted Spire, and dramatically reducing their presence in the Vanguard Ops playlist while eliminating them from Nightfall rotations. These strikes will still be available for direct launch, but until they get brought up to the engagement parity with some of our more recent Vanguard content, they will not show up as frequently as part of ritual gameplay.
I think this is a mistake. Especially if Battlegrounds remain in the playlist. Those are some... I like Inverted Spire. Why are these being removed? I don't know if I mean, Lake of Shadows and Arms Dealers, they're saying they're going to make them more difficult, which I guess is fine. I don't really mind them being, newer. I guess they're more modern, I guess, not new, but be modern, modernize those strikes. But removing some of the other strikes is just going to make the playlist, I think, even more Battleground heavy. I don't know. I'm okay with them not being Nightfalls, but the strike playlist is just already struggling, in my opinion. I wish they didn't do this. Because they said we're also taking strikes that have not been updated recently, such as, that doesn't even just mean Exodus Crash and Inverted Spire, but this is probably going to mean Exodus Crash. This is probably going to mean Inverted Spire. This is probably going to mean Scarlet Keep. It's probably going to mean, what's the other one that I'm missing? It's probably going to mean the Tangled Shore Strike. What's it called? The Warden of Nothing. Corrupted, which I know you guys don't even love Corrupted, but still, it's just like, I don't know if they should be removing strikes from the playlist. They should be adding strike-specific loot, not removing strikes. Okay. Let me keep going. Sorry, guys. This one hurts me because I really love strikes. I mean, you guys see how many strikes I'm usually sitting and doing, especially on the reset days and Xur days. We just sit and run strikes until it's time for the new stuff.
These strikes will still be available for direct launch, but until they get brought up to the engagement parity with some of our more recent Vanguard content, they will not show up as frequently as part of ritual gameplay.
Scottish says they didn't say a single word about removing them, just tuning the amount of times they appear, but you don't realize already how frequent Battlegrounds drop, Scottish, is the part you're missing. Is the frequency of how Battlegrounds already are, and we're getting more Battlegrounds added to it. So the amount that they show up is going to be drastically less.
These strikes will still be available for direct launch, but until they get brought up to the engagement parity with some of our more recent Vanguard content, they will not show up as frequently as part of ritual gameplay. Aside from strikes, we are also going to be upgrading how Battlegrounds integrate with Vanguard Ops. Alongside Lightfall, the Season 16 and Season 19 Battlegrounds will be added to the Vanguard Ops
Bring back
playlist.
skeleton keys? I wish.
We really like the fast, enemy-filled chaos of Battlegrounds, so this year we will also be adding a selection of Battlegrounds as night falls. This process will begin with the Mars Heist Battleground being part of the Nightfall rotation in Season of Defiance, and we expect more Battlegrounds to be following
I want to get
suit
your
each
guys'
season.
thoughts on this, guys. I don't do Nightfalls as much anymore as I used to. So for me, I don't like, but like, what do you guys feel like in terms of like, do you guys feel similar to the way that I feel on Strike playlist? So for me, my equivalent of Nightfalls for a lot of you guys is Strikes for me. So that's why when you heard the way I was talking about Battlegrounds being put into the Strike playlist, I'm like, I just want to do Strikes. How do you guys feel when Battlegrounds are brought into your Nightfalls? Is it the same kind of parallel there? Is it like a similar thing? You feel the same? Personally, I enjoy Battlegrounds. Making them Nightfalls are trash. That's an L. So it sounds like you guys it's like basically a same parallel. I think we have a parallel here. For me, I love playing Strikes, and Battlegrounds being added in and me being able to, in my Strikes that I like being less frequent, I don't love. And it sounds like for Nightfalls, this is the exact same for you guys. Because Nightfalls are becoming less and less for me in this game, to be honest. I don't do Nightfalls that often, but I could see this being very frustrating for people who do a lot of Nightfalls, instead of, it being, let's just call it, what's a good farm week? Let's just call it being a nice, easy, I don't know. It could be when Lake of Shadows on the playlist, right? Instead of the Lake of Shadows playlist, there's going to start being more and more Battlegrounds into the 6 or 7 that they choose for a season. Interesting. Okay.
This process will begin with the Mars Heist Battleground being part of the Nightfall rotation in Season of Defiance, and we expect more Battlegrounds to be following suit each season. We're excited to see how players tackle Season of Defiance's first Nightfall rotation, where 4 out of the 6 Nightfalls will be new or refreshed content coming to the Grandmaster rotation for the first time. We expect even the older Nightfalls to feel rekindled by new loadout options, since the match game modifier is also being retired from Nightfalls with the launch of Lightfall.
No more match
Looking
game
further,
modifier like you guys know in Nightfalls.
As we get further away from Lightfall in our seasonal schedule, we are going to make some targeted changes to ritual content based on what we've observed about why players engage in this content. While we don't expect these changes to make it in for Season of Defiance, over time we want to start pushing both more rewards to ritual content and more options to engage with our ritual content. This will include changes such as moving the initial source of obtaining exotic armor away from lost sectors and back into the core rituals.
Thank you.
No longer asking players to earn all 3 of the ritual pursuit ornaments.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, I was talking about this earlier. I'm sorry. This is very big for me, guys. I'm going back to talk about this again, okay? I need to talk about this for a second. Jazz, I love you so much. Thank you for 18. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. This is good. Oh my gosh. Thank God. Like this is, in my opinion, is a really, really good change. I'm glad exotic armor is moving away from lost sectors. Let me explain too real quick. Since TV finally talked to Bungie. Okay, let me explain real quick why this is so important, at least for me. And I'm curious to see if it's important to you guys too. But like, let me just give a quick example real quick, okay? Like, back in the day, and like, let's just take Destiny 1, for example. We can even take an example in Destiny 2 too, like, regardless. But like, everybody had their own moments of when you got, your different, or even we could do Forsaken as another option too. Like, remember when there was like all these insane like drops and there's all these insane armor pieces like One-Eyed Mask, Ursa Furiosa, Gwynson Vest, Geomags, what's that called? The Shards of Galanor, like all these different things. And it was all so good, but everybody had their unique moment of getting them. And everybody was so excited when you finally got it, because it wasn't this like just guaranteed process of going to the lost sector and you get it after 2 seconds. Instead, it was like, you kind of had to play the game and wait for your moment where you get super excited. Kind of like in Destiny 1, where I might have gotten Galahorn at one point, then you got a Galahorn at a different point. And then somebody got an Icebreaker in the Vault of Glass chest, and another person got it during Crota, or another person got it during a Crucible match. Like, the one thing that Destiny is, for me, has like been struggling with a little bit lately is that we get 100% of our exotics the exact same way as everybody else. Versus in Destiny 1, we used to have the remember when moments where I'd be like, remember when I got Gallahorn from Crota? They're like, yeah, remember when I got it from the Vault of Glass chest? Now it's like, do I remember how you got Gallahorn? You're like, yeah, I got it in Grasp of Avarice. I'm like, yeah, so did I. Do you remember how you got your, your Laurely Splendor? Yeah, you got in the Lost Sector. I got in the Lost Spectre. Do you remember how you got Trespasser? Yeah, we got it both from the Season Pass. Do you remember how you got Revision Zero? We both got it from that mission. We both got Touch of Malice. It was the exact same in the raid. There's no different ways of getting things. We all have the exact same story for everything. Every single exotic since Forsaken, we've all gotten in the exact same way. And that leads to no remember when moments, which is what I think carried D1, is everybody had their own individual story for how you got certain things. Now everybody in this chat got every single exotic the exact same way for the past 3 years. I'll do a quick little example real quick, then I'm going to keep going. So I'm just going to name 4 things. You guys can mention how you got it and it'll prove the point that I'm just trying to make. How did we all get Grand Overture? We all got it from the Season Pass together. How did we all get Gallahorn? We all got it from Grasp of Avarice. How did we all get Heart Shadow? We all got it from the dungeon. How did we all get Revision Zero? We all got it from the mission. How did we all get Laurelys? We all got it from a Lost Sector. How did we all get the Thundercrest chest piece? We all got it from a Lost Sector. How did we all get Amiopolis? We all got it from a Lost Sector. How did we all get the Rain of Fire? We all got it from a Lost Sector. We all got everything the exact same. And so I'm excited to start making it where, once again, we can get things differently. So you can tell me your story and I can tell you mine. That's what I like. I like hearing all of us talk about different stories.
This will include changes such as moving the initial source of obtaining exotic armor away from lost sectors and back into the core rituals, no longer asking players to earn all 3 of the ritual pursuit ornaments in seasonal challenges, and allowing players to earn more new rewards and complete more of their weekly challenges by playing content of their choice, not just in the newest seasonal activity playlist. This rebalancing of objectives and rewards is going to be a slow burn over the year of Lightfall, and we are going to take a more direct approach in our last season of the year, dedicating a significant amount of development time toward a more core ritual-focused season.
Good.
While this season will have plenty of new activity and story content.
This is a Bungie W. I once again, I don't know if this is popular again. This might just be my own, me selfishly just wanting this. So maybe, I don't know if everybody will agree with this, but man, do we need a core focused season. That's not just catch crash and, the table and, whatever weapons and repeat. And, in our weekly, I guess, story mission for 30 minutes for every Tuesday. I've been wanting a core-based season for so long. This game needs more focus on the core. That's what will keep people playing once the campaigns and stuff are over. Because the real thing is, what is there to do after you do your 30 minutes of story on Tuesday? And if the core is in a better place, people will play the game longer, I promise. I promise people will play this game more if the core is in a better shape once you're done with the new stuff. Because that's why, Witch Queen's, campaign experience could be a fantastic, but then after, if the core wasn't in the right place, there was still a pretty high drop off. Cool. This is cool. I like that. This might be one of my favorite blurbs, to be honest. I'm gonna keep it real. I really like this blurb a lot.
While this season will have plenty of new activity and story content, we want to take this time right before the final shape to crisp up our core rituals and pursuits as we head into our final expansion of the Light and Darkness saga. This last seasonal effort is just now getting underway, so expect more details as we get further into the year.
I like that blurb
Connect
a lot.
our Guardians.
I'm gonna be honest. I really like that.
A lot of what we have planned for this year is right around the corner, including big features like commendations and Guardian ranks with the launch of Lightfall. The commendations system is the first step in creating stronger connections between Guardians this year. It can be hard to reach out to someone you don't know. Commendations are an icebreaker, a simple way of saying thanks to players that you appreciated playing with. Over time, players will accumulate a ton of different commendations that help build a story for how others in Destiny 2 perceive you. Certain commendations like Pace Setter and Saint's Favorite are only available to be given in Trials of Osiris, while others like perceptive and knowledgeable are given out in raid and dungeon content. Eventually, the commendations you earn will become a history for where you've been and what you've done. With the commendations system, those at the highest levels of Guardian ranks will have proven to be folks that are consistently appreciated by others in the community. Sometimes it will be because they are the kinds of people willing to do the heavy lifting when organizing a large group of players. Sometimes it will be because, even if they aren't the kinds of people comfortable speaking up, they are always doing what needs to be done to help the group overcome the obstacle in front of them. Over the last few weeks, I've been playing a bunch of heist battlegrounds, and every so often I'll get matched with a pair of folks that I have a lot of synergy with, and we will end up absolutely crushing the hive infestation. This joy has come with this tiny sense of regret that I'm not living just a few weeks in the future and able to pass along a couple of commendations to show my thanks. I can't wait for Lightfall to be in everyone's hands so we can all have the opportunity to show gratitude to our fellow Guardians.
I think overall this is fine. Like, in my opinion, like, especially coming from somebody, obviously I stream, so I always get to play with you guys, so I don't really, like, so I don't want to sit here and pretend like, I mean, I'm very blessed to be able to get to play with you guys, like, on a daily basis, but I think in general, making it where it's easier for people to find people to play with and whatnot, and I know they're doing the LFG system in the game eventually too. I think all this is good. I think more ways for people to meet people and everything is good. Yeah, I just think in general this is great. I think that one of the biggest barriers to entry that we have in this game is being able to find people. That's why I started this channel, because I wanted to, have a family of people we could all hang out with. So I think in general, anything that can get people playing together more, I think is overall a good thing, in my opinion.
I can't wait for Lightfall to be in everyone's hands so we can all have the opportunity to show gratitude to our fellow Guardians. Nice chat. Commendations represent just the first step of reaching out to one another. If players want to generate a deeper relationship, they need the opportunity to communicate. Over the last few years, Destiny 2 has often felt too lonely for those who aren't playing with folks they know. In order to improve this, we'd like to invest in the overall chattiness of Destiny 2. This is not something that's going to happen right away with Lightfall, but we want to start opening up more lines of communication between our players this year. To start, we want to change our game-wide text chat channels from opt-in to opt-out. What this means is that more players will naturally be put into our text channels, so you have more frequent opportunities to reach out to a fellow Guardian. Over time, we'd like to continue to invest in deeper chat moderation, better filtering, and bigger features like speech-to-text. We think that text chat is a great way for players to communicate with one another at their own pace while still retaining some anonymity. This does not mean that text chat is going to become required for Destiny 2. We still plan on allowing anyone inside Destiny 2 the ability to opt out of text chat entirely, meaning they will never automatically be added to a social text chat. We also plan to allow anyone the option to quickly leave channels on a case-by-case basis if the chat is trending in a way that makes their game experience worse. This is all going to be very new for Destiny, so I expect that we will be learning a lot from these first few steps and tweaking our plans with chat and how open various channels are as we go forward and get feedback from all of you. Fire Team Finder. The last piece of our social puzzle for the year is our biggest.
Sorry, 1 second here. Yeah, so, I mean, overall, once again, I mean, I think, like I said, anything to try to break some of the barriers to entry to people being able to play with each other is, I think, fine. I think that having an opt-in system, and this is in a lot of things, like, this isn't even just, like, this is something that, I mean, we even run into when I was a developer, like, still, like, as a software developer. When you have things that are opt-in, people are a lot less likely to ever use them. Because there's just going to be a certain percentage of people that just end up never knowing that the thing exists. There's always going to be gamers that aren't used to having to be social to actually get games done. Like Destiny is a game that very much requires having other humans to get things done. So, like, you lose a certain percentage of people, honestly, not even to just, I'm saying people who don't want to talk, but people who don't even know they can. Like there's more people than you realize that probably don't even know that text chat is a thing. So having opt out, I think, is ultimately fine. And if it's something that people don't really jive with, you just turn off. But I do think that that's fine. In general, like I said again, I think in general, I think anything that can help people find more people to play with, I think is overall a good thing, in my opinion. Do you still do programming at all? It's been about a year since I've done any programming, so I've taken about a year off, which means I'm probably a coding potato at this point. That's like, I feel like that's like in like, it's almost like dog years. How, like, 1 year is 7 years, right? I think 1 year of not doing development feels like 10. So I'm probably a coding potato, to be honest. Okay, let's keep going.
The last piece of our social puzzle for the year is our biggest, Fire Team Finder. Initially, we hope to get our take on a first-class in-game looking for group tool in players' hands this summer with Season 22, alongside our next reprised raid, making a perfect pairing for new raiders. But as our plans became more solidified, we realized that the features needed to create a truly top-notch LFG experience were going to require a bit more time. So, while that reprised raid is still coming out this summer, we're pushing Fire Team Finder out to our final season of the year alongside a brand new dungeon. We think that a truly first-class LFG system won't be perfect until we can see how our players use it, but we want to make sure that the initial launch still has a ton of features that will allow players to find a fire team inside of Destiny.
Last season of Lightfall is
This
when it
means
comes.
a Fire Team Finder that you can queue up for from anywhere in the game. The ability to tag your posts with keywords to describe the kind of group you're running and the kind of people you're looking to recruit.
Yeah, last season, Aqua.
The option to create groups where folks can join automatically, allowing you to get right into the action. And the power to create groups where you as a leader can approve or deny each person trying to join up, giving you tight control over the kind of group you're putting together.
Yeah, let me pause here real quick. I see your guys' reactions. I see your reactions. I definitely see your reactions. I think that overall, like, once again, like, this is a great feature, but I do understand your reaction because I'm trying to remember. I think the Lightfall reveal, it did make it seem like this was something that was being shipped out during when Lightfall launched, right? I think this is why your guys' reactions are like this, right? I don't think it's because the fact that it's coming at the end of the year, but more of that it was kind of shown in that, I think, initial reveal as if it was coming when Lightfall launched, right? I think, is that why? I think, at least. I'm assuming that's the reaction there. Because I think from what I remember, it did make it seem like this was coming at the beginning of Lightfall. So, I mean, because overall, I mean, I think, once again, great change. But I understand what you guys are saying. I think it would have been probably helpful to not, to have avoided this reaction, to have been like, we plan on later in Lightfall to do this, and I'll have to go back and watch it to be 100% sure, because I gotta be fully transparent. I can't really remember exactly what they said, but I do at least remember that it did make it seem like this was gonna come when Lightfall launched. I know a lot of people have always, when they tell me what they're excited for Lightfall, they say loadouts and LFG. So I understand the reaction here. I do understand the reaction. Michelle, thank you so much for the gifted wonder. Rio, thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you. Says yes, exactly. During the year of Lightfall, then Live was pretty misleading. That's all I'm saying. So, like, I do understand how, I understand the reaction here, because overall, like I said, good feature. And honestly, I think it's even fine that it's coming in the final season. I don't even think that's an issue either. I think what probably could have helped was clarifying. That I'm with you guys on. I think clarifying wouldn't hurt. I don't think anybody thought that it was going to be coming in about 9 months, because that's about the estimate. The last season of Lightfall is probably going to be about 9 months from now, roughly. Maybe roughly 10. 9. Roughly 9 months. So 9 months. Okay, let's keep going. I understand the reaction here. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what you guys are reacting to there. Okay.
I can't wait for Fire Team Finder to make its way into players' hands later in Lightfall's year, and to see how many more of our Guardians will be able to enjoy some of the best content in gaming alongside all of you. So, those are the big four for the year, expand
All right,
players'
I'm gonna
imaginations.
pause real quick on this blurb too. I didn't really get a chance to summarize this one, guys. So big thing here, just connecting our guardians. So a way of being able to kind of commemorate people who help you out when you're doing things. More opt-out features, especially when it comes to the text chat, kind of getting more people involved in being social. And then lastly, LFG coming at the final season of Lightfall when we get a new dungeon. Also, they did confirm. I think we pretty much were already expecting another reprise raid, but they pretty much confirmed now that we're getting a reprise raid. So I don't want to gloss over that too. So it sounds like we're still getting the same system of dungeon raid, reprise raid, then dungeon for the following seasons after the initial Lightfall season. So Lightfall raid, dungeon, reprise raid, dungeon. So I think we already knew we were getting a reprise raid, but I think this is the first time they kind of explicitly said it. So there you go. All right, let's keep it going.
So, those are the big four for the year: expand players' imaginations, bring challenge back to Destiny, enrich our content, and connect our guardians. It's not going to happen all at once, and we most certainly will try some things that aren't going to land right on the first attempt. But we are going to continue to take risks with Destiny 2, because we think taking risks is essential to surprising and delighting our players. It's possible that we get into this year and discover a new set of opportunities and challenges for us to pursue. If that happens and our roadmap for the year changes, you'll hear it from us. We'll keep you posted on our website and our socials. As we talked about at the start, Destiny 2 is a big, living, breathing organism, and what it needs to thrive is always changing, but one thing you can count on is that just as so many of you are choosing to spend your precious time in this game world, we are proud and grateful to be there dreaming about, creating, and experiencing this game we all love. Thanks for reading and see you on Neomuna. Joe Blackburn, Game Director, Destiny 2 RE Book.
All right, we made it through, guys. We survived. We made it to the end. That was a long one. All right, guys, I'm gonna give a summary on everything, but before I do that, what was your initial thoughts? And then I'm gonna give a summary for anybody who's just getting here. Alien, thank you so much for the renewal. Thank you. Yeah, what are your initial thoughts? And then I'm gonna do a quick summarization of everything. Said no video, so mid, but don't, like, outside of no video, like, State of the Games have never been videos, so I don't think that's fair criticism. It'd be like being mad that a book's not a movie. We were getting a book. So just more on the action. L, huge W, decent, big W, W. Alien, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Do you want to callous or witness? Guys, if you got gifted from Alien, please make sure to thank Alien. Thank you. Disappointed about the delay, but 7 out of 10. Like the new changes, no Gambit. 10 out of 10 unless there's bugs. Disappointed about the delay, but 7 out of 10. Like the article, let's go. Looks like we got 5 gifteds, guys. If you got gifted, please make sure to thank Alien, 1 to Wex, 1 to Kylock, 1 to Gamma, 1 to Quirkless, and 1 to Itzlu. Meh. Bro, I just want... All right, let me tell you what I think real quick now, and then let's do a quick summary. I think this was a very, like, you know how, like, you have those, like, earthquake tremors? Like, there was a lot of, like, both for me. Like, I kind of, like... There were some things I genuinely really, really liked from this. And there were some things also that I was, like, more borderline. But I think that in general, like... There was a lot of good stuff in here, but I do agree that there are also some things that I didn't quite love. So let's go through it, because I don't want to sit here and just because there were a few things that were letdowns, like make that like almost give me like short-sightedness to some of the other things that I was really happy about. So this was a mixed bag for me. I did like some things a lot, and then there were some things that were kind of middle of the road. So let's talk about it. So starting off, guys, the biggest first thing that I thought was a W, and let's actually do a notepad too. Let's get a quick notepad, because I think that might even make it a little bit easier to then kind of represent what was a W and what was kind of we'll just say not so much. I won't even say L's, because like everything's fine. Like ultimately things will be fine. But let's go right here. So like the first thing, like that definitely was a W. Or like, I guess we can say like, we'll just go pros and cons. That'll be even easier. Okay. First thing was no more seasonal table. I'll say soon. This was the first thing that I thought was a really good change when they were talking about the seasonal change, getting rid of some of the seasonal cycle that is just monotonous and it's a drag and it's repetitive and we pick up our item that is in our quest tab and then we have our table, we do our upgrades. That is what is no more is eventually leaving. That was good. No more needing umbral energies. Very good. Very good. This is a W. And then you guys can agree or disagree when I say that like things are like, if you think that something actually isn't a pro. And you can say maybe not. I can even, I'll just do pros and cons. And I'll just say, and we can rank them too if we want. But I would say very good. This is very good. The next thing that was in here was it, yeah, because basically, and then the last thing was just seasonal, kind of more rewarding. Seasonal grind, more rewarding. What's the last part? I think all this was good in terms of the seasonal part. I thought the seasonal part was honestly, was pretty good. Like, to be honest, this main thing that it talked about was no more seasonal table, no more umbral energies, and the seasonal grind being more rewarding. When they said at the end of each activity, it's going to be more rewarding. I think this was good. The Season of Defiance, things were when they talked, this blurb, when they talked about that was cool. All right, then in seasons to come, the next thing they talked about was what's that called? All right. Next thing was Guardian ranks. I don't really know Guardian ranks yet, because like I think that Guardian ranks will be cool. What do you guys feel like on Guardian ranks? Guardian ranks is what was announced in this next part. It was loadouts in Guardian ranks. I think definitely Destiny, obviously loadouts. Like they said we're coming, so in Lightfall we get loadouts. That's awesome. That's good. I think Guardian ranks good, but I don't really know what they are. Guardian ranks, I guess. But I'm just gonna put like, because I don't really know what Guardian ranks mean, to be honest. Really, I don't really even know what that means yet. Big risk of ranking being toxic. Yeah, I don't really know what Guardian ranks yet. I'm just gonna kind of just, I'm gonna put the ones where I just genuinely don't know yet enough about it. I'm gonna put it in the question mark. Like, I think Guardian ranks is fine, but I don't really know what it is. I'm just gonna say not quite sure what it is. Sure how it works, we'll just say. And I think that's fair. I think it's hard to say something's a pro when we don't even know what it is. So let's do that for now. That'll be fine. All right, so that was next, was that part. It talked about how we're getting Destiny 2 loadouts in Guardian ranks. So that was next. Next was weapon crafting. I think we got some good W's in weapon crafting. I think the first one that I thought was really good was no more useless red borders / needing materials. So I think this was good too. What do you guys think of this one? I thought this was a great change in my opinion. I think that getting a bunch of random red borders that can't be crafted was just not only confusing for new players, but then annoying for veteran players. For veteran players, it's just a vault stuffer. For new players, it's like, why is this a red border if I can't craft it? Is how I feel about that. So I thought that this was a good change as well. Not sure if you guys agree, but I think that this was a good change. I think it confuses new players, is annoying to old players, personally. Next one is next one that I thought was also good. More meaning to God rolls. This was good. Putting a revitalized focus on God rolls and not having everything just be crafted. Like, I think crafting is great. I honestly, like I said, I have no issues with crafting, but I do think crafting has somewhat watered down the feeling of getting a random God roll and being super happy about it, to a certain degree. So I think more meaning to God rolls was good. And then the other thing that was good in the crafting blurb was more enhance perks or enhanced, I'll say weapons, and I'm gonna say starting with master raids. This is good. This means no more relevant master raids. This was good because, like I said earlier, for anybody who hadn't joined us, the only master raid that's ever been relevant was Vault of Glass, and that was because crafting didn't exist. If crafting existed, Time Lost Fatebringer, no one would have cared. Everybody just would have crafted Fatebringer, and that would have been the end of it. But because that didn't exist, Time Lost Fatebringer was really good. But once we had things like Val the Disciple, no one was trying to get a adept forbearance god roll. People were just crafting a forbearance. Or same deal, and no one was trying to get an adept cataclysmic. They just crafted a cataclysmic. So it made it where master raids were very just not relevant, to be honest. Let's see. Next, so that was really the big thing for that, and they have more things to come. But I think that in terms of for this piece, I think that was good. And then the final part in this part was finally we want to tackle one more thing out of game to help with the players' imagination, and that's giving our players a little more of a sneak peek into releases before they hit servers. So I was gonna say they said less launching trailers 2 minutes before a season. I'm all for secretive. I want secret missions, but I don't want trailers launching 2 seconds before the season. I think all it does is leave a lot of our returning players on edge, and it doesn't do enough pre-marketing to new players. Like, obviously, the secretiveness causes us to talk more about the game, but it doesn't allow for anybody outside of the Destiny community to hype up the game. We want ultimately them to hype up we want them to advertise their seasons so more players play the game. I think overall, more players playing the game will always be a good thing. And I think that the marketing strategy of launching trailers 2 minutes before is just, I do agree. It causes us to talk a bunch about the season. Everybody's like, what's new season going to be? What's new season going to be? Everybody's trying to find leaks. Everybody's trying to do this. So within our community, it does generate a lot of chatter, which is good internally. Externally, no one's talking about Destiny. No one knows a new season's even coming because there's no advertising. So this, in my opinion, is actually very good. So this was a small little paragraph they added here, and I thought it was a good one, to be honest. I'll just read it real quick for anybody who didn't get a chance to see it. Finally, we want to tackle one more thing out of the game to help players expanding their imagination, and that's giving our players a little more of a sneak peek into releases before they hit servers. So while some of our releases this year will still be kept secret until they hit players' machines, others, like Season of Deep, will preview and share details ahead of time. Good change in my opinion. Next thing is bringing back challenge to Destiny. The big thing that was here with bringing challenge back to Destiny when reading this was mainly, that they're going to be tuning how strong enemies are, but outside of tuning how strong enemies are, it sounded like this was mainly talking about resilience nerf. And then saying that once they have build crafting, it'll be much more accessible to have great builds, but it sounds like making resilience a little less relevant. What do you guys think of that? You said want more Gambit? Yeah, we'll talk about that at the end too, Leon, about that not being mentioned. What did you guys think of this change right here? I know this is one that the community, it seems like it's kind of been I think there's sides of both. Resilience is too free. I do think resilience is pretty, especially when there was resilience in Loreley, I think that it was pretty boring. I didn't really use Loreley because I thought it was boring. Personally, you guys see me never using my Solar Titan. I'm a Titan main and I never use Loreley. But what do you mean by less launch? I set less launching trailers 2 minutes before a season. That's usually what they do is they launch them right before many, and it's not very good for advertising. Depends on the amount of damage. I honestly think that this is a good thing, but I can put it in the middle. I'll just say 50-50 split resilience nerf. I like the change personally, but I think people, some like it and some don't. So I think bringing challenge to the game is ultimately a good thing. But I think that personally, it's fine. I think that's fair, and yeah, 30% ain't so bad. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it in the middle. I'm gonna put in the middle. I think that it's good, but I agree, especially for newer players, it can make it more daunting. And ultimately, I want players playing the game. There are two major things, guys, and I know I keep seeing people say the Gambit thing, guys. I'll address Gambit at the end, but honestly, if you want to know what scares me more than Gambit not being addressed, if you just really want to know personally, at least from like I would say, because I guess I just have more of a holistic look, like because like or at least I try to, because like I'm obviously a streamer and I try to make sure that like I'm not just taking opinions from my own brain, but really trying to see it from the lens of every different I guess silo of types of players. Thank you, Mr. GG's for the sub. But the thing that worried me the most was not hearing anything about the new light experience, even more so than Gambit. I think the biggest barrier to entry in this game is just you open up the game and you have no idea how to play it because of how the new light experience is. And I went back and played the new light experience. It's just it's rough, and I think it causes so many of our players to stop before they even get into it. New light needs changes, and I just heard nothing about it. I think they'll fix New Light in Final Shape. They talked about things they're going to fix in Final Shape in this article, Speedweed, and they didn't say anything. And they said nothing. They talked about plenty of things that are coming in Final Shape, but there was no mention of New Light. So we'll talk about things that weren't mentioned at the end too, guys. But New Light is not in a good place. Just personally, I mean, I've gone back and played it, and I think the biggest issue with getting new players in the game for us is the barrier to entry. There's two things. There's the new light experience, and then there's the not knowing what in the world I need to pay for and what I don't need to pay for. Do I need this dungeon pass? Do I need this expansion? Do I need this season pass? Do I need this deluxe edition? Do I need this for that? Do I need this for that? And sometimes it just feels like I need like a whole strategy guide to give some of these new players when they ask me questions on stream. They're like, do I need this to why can't I play the dungeon? I'm like, oh, you don't have a dungeon key or the deluxe edition. They're like, oh, why can't I do this? I'm like, oh, actually, sorry, for this mission, you need Shadowkeep to do the Deathbringer quest or something, I'm just making examples. But it's just, Skeezy said just buy it all, but the thing you gotta realize is that's just not gonna happen for everybody. And I think it's fine things needing to be paid for. I just think that it needs to be clearer. I think the two biggest things for the hurdles for new players in this game is just understanding how the game works. I see what you're saying. The attempt to monetize everything has everything separate, it makes sense. Yeah, it's just confusing. Like, I mean, it's a lot of money, but even let's just say even if it was all just $5 a pop for every expansion or whatever, just in general, I still think it would be confusing. It may be cheaper, but I like, outside of it being expensive, like if we can just like I guess like section off the expensive part for a second, I just think it's confusing. I just think it's confusing. Yeah. So we'll talk about the things that weren't mentioned at the end, guys, because I have it in my brain. I also saw that Gambit wasn't mentioned. But if you want me to be totally honest, the thing that caught me off guard the most that wasn't mentioned was the new light experience. Because, I mean, it's just, like, I know so many new players, because the thing is, guys, every day I stream, there's new players that come in that say, I just started playing the game. The first thing they ask is one of two things. It's either, what am I supposed to do? Or what do I need to buy? No one even knows. So I've heard it thousands of times at this point. So like that's the reason why I know I just know for a fact it's an issue, and I hope that it gets addressed. Okay, let's keep going. So 50-50 split on resilience nerf, and let's keep going. I mean, honestly, so far, like the beginning of this was like a pretty good W for the most part. Like when we were starting off. Then we moved on to this part of the section, which was talking about, what was this part here? This was about the heist battlegrounds, and this part was really just talking about how they're going to be adding an extra little bit of difficulty to the battlegrounds playlist and the strikes as well. they like the difficulty that the Battlegrounds had this past season, which I would agree with. I think the seasonal activity was at a adequate level of challenge that I think did make it a little more entertaining than some of the more recent seasonal activities that we got. So I think that's fine. I think this change is fine. I don't think it's a pro or a con. I just think it just kind of is what it is. But so I think that one was okay. And then was there anything else in this part here? Yeah, I think that was that for that piece. Then enrich content with that. These changes to power and pursuits. Let me just double check real quick and make sure. I'm just rebrowsing. Okay, enrich our content. This year we've been trying to attack blah 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 blah. Fiery Crucible. Okay, Crucible. Pros: working on matchmaking, working on spawns, more rewarding trials, Iron Banner. I thought pros. Once again, correct me if you guys don't agree with some of these that I end up deciding, guys. The con, I thought, no map launching with major expansion. Bad. That's not good. Like I said, I don't play any Crucible, but that's not good in my opinion. It's too, the expansion's too expensive, and we're too big of a game not to at least have one. It could even be a returning one, not returning or new. So that was should put no maps. I mean, the maps are coming, but yeah. Philip, thank you for the sub. So we get 2 returning maps and 1. I don't really know. Is that even a pro? That's not enough. Is that, what do you guys feel like in general though? Is 3 maps enough for the year? Like 2 returning and 1 new? Is that ultimately fine? They know the PvP crowd is pissed. They could have thrown him a bone. Yeah, that's not enough, right? The Vex Network map might be cool. I don't know yet, Scyther, because the big thing is this was the main focus for the day. So Scyther, what you can do is if you send me a Discord DM, we can just plan to get it done another time. If you don't want to wait for now. Better than nothing, too little, too late. So it's kind of a pro. I don't really know. I'm just gonna kind of leave this one out. I think on the map side, I think the biggest thing with the maps, like I think Vex Network map is cool. Okay, I'll do this. Okay. I added the Vex Network map to the more rewarding trials, Iron Banner, and then Vex Network map. Those are the pros for Crucible. So work on matchmaking good. Work on, because this is big, because Iron Banner was rough with matchmaking. I was talking about that earlier. Spawns, good. More rewarding trials in Iron Banner, great. Vex Network map, I think, could be really cool, because honestly, I originally wanted, remember when Override came out, guys? I imagine if this is what I'm thinking is it's gonna be a similar vibe. But imagine if Override was a Crucible map. That was one of the first seasonal activities where I was like, wow, I wish this was a Crucible map. We should be getting 2 a season, whether it's 1 new map, 1 returning. I mean, I'm with you. I definitely agree. But so Override as a map would have been sick. Yeah, it would have been, right? I agree. I think also CB, if they can't understand Rift on the biggest map in the game with big spawns does not work. That's a part of what the community needs them to invest time into. That's fair. I mean, I think that's why I have it. I mean, I have spawns as a con. I mean, excuse me, as a pro. Excuse me, I agree. Yeah, I thought the same. Override looked amazing. Missed opportunity. Agreed. Okay, so let's keep going. So that was the Crucible part, guys. I think these were the pros and cons. And then, I guess there was the other thing, guys, to mention. I don't know where it goes, but I don't know how you feel about Countdown returning, but Countdown's returning, and then we have a new mode called Checkmate Control. So, do you guys miss Countdown? I mean, Countdown was back when Trials of the Nine was here. I don't know how'd you guys feel about that part? That's fair, Cubone. What is Countdown? So So Countdown, that was originally in other games. Countdown's like is it called Seek and Destroy? Is that what that mode is called? It was called before. What was Countdown called in other games? What's it called again? For people who aren't familiar with Destiny terms. Search and Destroy, not Seek. You guys know what I meant. Sorry, not Seek. I meant to say Search. Excuse me. It's like Search and Destroy, right? You guys know I didn't mean Seek. I meant Search. Seek and Search are kind of synonyms too, right? But it was, yeah, okay. I was correct though, right? That's what it is. So it's kind of like that for anybody who hasn't played Countdown in Destiny. I'll put it, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Is this a pro? Are you guys excited for that? Nah, just leave it out. Okay. Just more game modes in general. I'll just say new PvP mode. All right. Working on spawns. I'll just say new. I won't put Countdown. I'll just put new PvP mode. Checkmate control. That's what I'll do. I'll just put that. I won't put Countdown. I'll just put a slash on working on spawns, and I'll say new PvP mode checkmate control. All right, so here we go. I mean, honestly, and this is why, like I was saying, guys, like there are some cons as we're gonna continue going, but like so far, I mean, really, I mean this is unfortunate for Crucible, but like a lot of pros so far, and obviously the list is gonna start bouncing out here in a second, but overall, I thought that this was good. I thought a con that I didn't like, guys, and you can maybe it's just me being a stickler. I don't know. But I think that the competitive, like, it's cool that they want to improve the speed at which players climb. I think that's fine. But I don't think the problem with competitive was ever the amount of time that it takes to get to any of the things. I think it's more, was it rewarding enough for the time? And I think the answer to that question for a lot of players was no. How many people just played comp just to get rows and then they left? Like, I think that if we had something to chase at the end of your journey, like a Luna's Howl, like a Not Forgotten, a Recluse, a Mountaintop, a Revoker, people would play it more. Like, you can't say that Comp and Forsaken wasn't jumping. I mean, whether you hated the mode or not, everybody was in there. Everybody was in there. Everybody wanted Lunas. Everybody wanted Recluse. Everybody wanted Mountaintop. So if the reward is worth it at the end of the tunnel, people will go into the tunnel. Comp is just get rows and get out. Exactly. So I'm going to say didn't address Comp's real issues. Rewarding loot. Because this is in my opinion. Once again, I know I'm not a Crucible main, guys. And I think even a lot of non-Crucible mains would agree. Whether you hated Crucible in Forsaken or not, like it's like, you know, whether you thought the mode sucked or not, whatever you thought about the mode, it didn't matter. People still played it because the loot was some of the best loot of all time. So that just goes to show that a lot of times it's not even a matter of if the game mode is even like fun or not. It's more so, is it worth my time? And I'd say right now, Comp is worth your time to get rows, which is just the beginning. It's not even really playing it. Cosmetics too, yeah, I would agree. That's why I'm putting rewarding loot. Rewarding loot, timeout, guys, chat. I don't want to be misinterpreted too. Rewarding loot doesn't even just mean for me something like Not Forgotten. It could mean something like the ornaments in Trials of Osiris and Destiny 1. Remember those, guys? Remember the ornaments in Destiny 1? You guys remember those? On the trials when you go flawless and you'd see those ornaments. It could be ornaments like those. It could be ornaments like Age of Triumph. I'll tell you one more thing it could be. There was a lot of people who didn't like Trials of the Nine, but I'll tell you what, everybody was grinding to get this shader. People still ask me every day, what is the shader? And I tell you can't get it anymore because it was from Trials of the Nine, Honors of the Nine. Still, in my opinion, one of the best shaders in the game. You could throw really good shaders in there too. So, yeah. So I think that the big thing with Comp is they didn't address the real issues. The real issues weren't addressed. Okay. So, okay. Next was, okay, let's keep going. This, in my opinion, was a W, I'm gonna be honest. I think that partially, I understand why everybody, like even myself, I was thinking that they were gonna give us the, the like LeBron James like slam dunk right off the rip, and we kind of got a layup first, which is fine. I think that's gonna lead to an eventual slam dunk. But like, this was the exotic mission rotator, and I think all of us immediately thought Whisper and Outbreak, which obviously those aren't there yet. Right now it's going to be Prestige, Vox Obscura, and Operation Seraph Shield. But they said we hope to use this rotator in the future to continue to bring some of Destiny 2's most classic missions. So I think this is going to be the roadmap to getting Whisper and 0 Hour back in the game. Which I mean, here, let me just prove a point. And I'm almost never on this thing, but just to show how much I miss these two things. I've done these two things 900 times. Please bring these back so I can do this with more players who have never done this before. Good Lord, I want to play this thing more. So please, 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 please bring that back into the game. So that was a big W for me. Like I love those things. Like anything that I could do 900 times and never get tired of. I really want those back. Okay. Let's not con. So I'd say exotic mission rotator is a W in my opinion. And eventually will lead to Whisper and Outbreak type stuff. I miss Trevor and 0 Hour, same. Same. Perhaps Whisper runs in chat won't be a joke anymore. I hope. I hope so much. All right, let's do the next thing. Honestly, guys, the next thing for me, and I'm gonna be honest, I was pretty sad about this one, was the strike blurb. This is where the cons kind of came for me a little bit. Like I think that boosting the level of strikes is fine. But I think that making some of the older strikes less likely to show up in the Vanguard Ops playlist, because it says dramatically reducing their presence. Because I know a few people were saying, oh, it didn't mean they were taken out. Dramatically reducing means they already barely show up as it is. The Vanguard Ops playlist is more Battlegrounds, it feels like. It feels like I already get more Battlegrounds. So saying dramatically reducing a lot of the strikes that they're not updating, which is like Exodus Crash, Inverted Spire, the Moon Strike, Scarlet Keep, the Tangled Shore Strike, Corrupted, every other one that's not being updated. That wasn't good for me personally. Like this one, I mean, I'm excited to see what Lake of Shadows and Armsdale look like. I guess more modern, but like. Yeah, like I don't want the playlist to feel. I mean, it already feels so Battleground heavy. Well, I think dramatically reducing their presence is not the right way to do it, personally. What do you guys think of this one? So, Gillar, what strikes remain? I don't know. I just like because personally, like keep it real with me, guys. Too like when you guys go into the strike playlist, is it just my own horrible RNG, or does it feel Battlegrounds heavy for you guys though? I think Battlegrounds are fun, though. I'm not even saying that I dislike Battlegrounds, more so as I just don't want to play them when I'm expecting to play strikes. Battleground heavy, super Battleground heavy, way Battleground heavy. Yeah, so everybody thinks it's like heavy. Yeah, so I'm just gonna say strikes are already Battleground heavy. Vanguard playlists will be more Battleground heavy. Yeah, Scottish. So you're like the only one on that one. Yeah, very heavy. Yeah. So I'm gonna put Vanguard playlist will be Battleground heavy because it already is, and because we're losing some strikes. So I'll say Vanguard playlist, less old strike frequency. Okay. So glad I'm not the only one noticing that. No, and it's the thing that makes me sad. Strike playlist was my favorite thing in Destiny 1. There was a time, guys, I could sit and farm for strange coins all day. I remember when I was in college. I could spend 8 hours on strikes, getting strange coins and opening up skeleton keys, or strike loot to get things like a Mago loop and Grasp of Malik and the Vaughn brother, or excuse me, the Shield brothers arm pieces and the Dark Blade's helmet and Malak's helmet and all of that. Remove Battlegrounds from strikes, I agree. Okay. Then this was the part that I think you guys really did seem to care about more, because then, like, for me, I feel like I have a little more investment in strikes than maybe the average person. But it seemed like when I read this one earlier, guys, a lot of you guys weren't on board with this. So Nightfalls are going to start being mixed with Battlegrounds. So there's going to be Battleground Nightfalls and eventually Battleground Grandmasters in the rotators. What were your thoughts on this one, guys? It seemed like a lot of you guys weren't really on board for this. When is Lightfall beginning? In 14 days. It seemed like this overwhelmingly wasn't big. Strike specific loot when? I don't know when. I hope soon, but it's not looking like it. I was gonna say / no strike loot. GM Master Mars Battlegrounds is gonna take 1 hour easily. Absolutely not. That's a throw. Yeah. I don't like this change either. And that's for me for both. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, for you guys, like, and that's what the thing you gotta, for anybody who might not have been understanding what I was saying about this Vanguard Strikes playlist, is that, like, let's even just say that, like, I don't even dislike Battlegrounds, I'm gonna say. I just, like, the thing is, for me, is just like this. It'd be an example of this, right? I'm gonna give the example, and then we're gonna keep going. Like, I go to the Strike playlist to do strikes. We go to the Nightfall playlist to do Nightfalls. It doesn't even mean that I dislike Battlegrounds. The Mars Battlegrounds was cool. There's some things that have been cool. But, like, if I go to, like, let's just do it in, like, you know, an ice cream place to go order ice cream, and then instead of them giving me ice cream, they give me a cookie. Does it mean I hate the cookie? No. But it just meant I, at that moment, had a taste for ice cream. You know, that's all that it meant. That's really the example. I don't even, I'm not, like, it's no hate to Battlegrounds, but if I go to Dairy Queen, just give me the ice cream. It always comes back to food. Yeah, it does. But Jazz, tell me it doesn't make sense, though. Yeah, it said Battlegrounds is fine. It's just being its own playlist. Yeah, so that way when I'm hungry for Battlegrounds, I just go to the Battlegrounds restaurant. And then that's it. I have no, like, because I don't want this to make it seem like I'm just trying to hate on Battlegrounds. It's just like, sometimes I just want to go and get the Applebee's 2 for $20 and have them just give me the wonton tacos instead of, you know, bringing me out, you know, a piece of pepperoni pizza. There's other times I want the pizza. Not that time. So that's all that I have to say on that. So hopefully that makes sense. Just let them cook. Fantastic analogy. Thank you. So that's all that I mean. And that's the thing that's killing me with this change. Is that just let people enjoy what they're expecting. If it's a strike playlist, I want to play strikes. If it's a Nightfall playlist, I want to play Nightfalls. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Well, I'm glad that I was able to convey that well. It was funny, guys. Before I said that, I was like, either this is gonna sound so stupid or it's gonna sound very intelligent. I'm glad I think I was able to speak it in a way that it conveyed what I was thinking. It was either that or it was going to sound extremely stupid. So, okay. Let's keep going. Okay. All right. Okay. So here we go. So the next thing was, it says the glasses. Oh, man. Yeah, I do. Franchise, I do. Okay. Let's keep going. And you're right. Jaleel, you said, to be fair, it's not called the Strike playlist anymore. And you're right. I mean, even to be fair, it's not the Nightfall. And Nightfall playlist doesn't say Nightfall Strikes, but the thing is that I would say Nightfall has a very close association with Strikes, and so does the Vanguard playlist has a very big association with Strikes. So I would agree. It doesn't say Strikes, but I would say, like, you know, I mean, it's still in the same ballpark. Okay, let's keep going. So the next thing was connecting Guardians. I think that overall, I mean, commendations I think are fine. Like, I think everything I'm just gonna do this, guys, for the connecting our Guardians in the nice chat and like the opt in instead of opt out instead of opt in. I'm just gonna say more ways to find fire teams for solo players, I think is always going to be a W. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't remember how my Destiny 1 experience was at certain times where I had no one to play with and it made everything rough. And I'm not going to pretend like I don't remember how Destiny 1 Vanilla Kingsfall LFG was, getting 3 cycles in and then failing on the 4th and having everybody leave. I remember how those experiences used to go. And I didn't really have anybody to play with around the Taken King era. That's why I wanted to make this channel. I was really lonely. And now I have this amazing family that we have here. And it's all worked out great. And I love getting to play with you guys every day. But I also realize there's a lot of people who are still in that boat, like I was. So in general, more ways to find fire teams is always going to be a W. I'm blessed now to be able to play with you guys whenever I want. But that was my experience. I'm sure it's at least some people's experience in here, isn't it? Oh, Jazz, you know I discussed it in length. We're going to come back to that in a second, Jazz. So I'm sure at least some people in the chat probably feel similar about this. This is why I created this channel. I was lonely. I didn't have anybody to hang out with, and I was in a bad place in my life. And now you guys, have been there for me in a lot of ways. But I know how that was. So with that being said, more ways to find fire teams will always be a really good change. The only thing that was a little bit rough, and we're going to talk about it now, D1 Soul is incredibly discouraging, agreed. The only thing that Jalil, there'll be trolls in it. With any system, Jalil, there will be, unfortunately. But hopefully there'll be more good than bad. This is the only thing, guys, that I think was an L. And it's not even an L. But it's only an L because of the communication aspect on it. Or the transparency, I'll say. The next piece was that I don't think anybody, like we talked about earlier, I don't think anybody is upset that LFG is coming in the final season of Lightfall. I don't think it's fundamentally that it's the final season that's making everybody upset. More so that the Lightfall reveal made it seem like it was coming when Lightfall launched. So it was misleading, kind of. On accident. Or maybe on purpose. I don't know. But either way, I think that whatever it was, I think a lot of people had in their brain, once they bought Lightfall, because a lot of people have bought Lightfall already. You got to remember, there's probably hundreds of thousands of people who have already pre-ordered Lightfall. Because Witch Queen, there was 1 million. So we're in February. So I think it'd be fair to say what? Let's even just take half. Let's just even say the bare minimum, half of the people who pre-ordered Lightfall, or pre-ordered Witch Queen, pre-ordered Lightfall. That means 500,000 people at a minimum have already bought Lightfall. And I'd say what? It's probably a fair statement to say that a lot of them probably expected that to be in there. So a lot of people might have already made a purchase thinking that this thing was coming. I totally thought LFG was coming with Lightfall when I saw it. Yeah, so that I think is the only thing about this that I think goes in the con, is that I think they should have been more clear. Because I think it is fair to say, I think about, because they were over, I don't know the exact number of pre-orders, but I remember the Witch Queen reveal about a month right before, or it might have been a few weeks right before the Vidoc. They said they had over 1 million pre-orders of Witch Queen. So I don't know if they're going to do that again this year, but let's just take 500,000, just say it's half. That's a lot of people that have already bought, guys. Just think about that. Let's even just take the $50 version, right? Or the $40 or however much it is, $50, I don't know how much it is. That's already $25 million. That's just saying that they bought the normal version. That's just saying, that's not even saying the deluxe. So, so a lot of people have spent their money on this game already, is I guess the point that I'm trying to make. And I think that was something that people were planning on being a part of their experience, is all. So I think that what I'm going to say here on a con should have been clearer that LFG was final season of Lightfall. Is that a fair statement to make? Fair? I just think it just should have been clearer, is all. Because I like I said, I really don't care that it's coming in the final season. And that's not even just because I have people to play with. That's just more, even if I think I was a solo player, I wouldn't care as much. I just think it just been a little clearer. That's all I'm saying. Because I think that like it almost like becomes more of a final shape feature. Is I think all. That's all. Like I really like because I want to make sure that I'm being clear about this. I do not think it's bad that it's coming right before final shape. These things take time. I was a developer for 5 years. I'm never gonna say develop faster. That's not how these things work. So all I'm saying is just it seems like a lot of you guys, your instant reaction was everybody was upset. And I think it wasn't because it's coming later. I think it's because people expected it earlier. That's all. I'm never gonna be like develop faster. So this is not develop faster. That is not what I'm saying. I want to make sure that that's clear. I've done way too much developing to sit here and pretend like these things don't take a lot of time. And I'll say the other thing too. If it came out early and it was bugged, tell me Bungie wouldn't have got flamed. I genuinely think it's the right call to release it whenever it's working. If it's bugged, everybody would just take out their pitchforks and torches. So I think it's fine, personally. But I think that this is honestly the right move. I just think that it should have been, a little bit clearer. Because clearly a lot of people didn't think it was clear. I mean, it's the proof is in everybody's reaction when I read it. Is all. Yeah, because it did say coming in 2023, and I agree, Cass. Because I definitely agree, Cass. Like what you said is true, but tell me that there's not a different connotation behind Fireteam LFG coming in 2023 of Destiny and Fireteam LFG coming final season of Lightfall. It's just two different statements. It's going to be coming for the last 2.5 months of Lightfall out of all of the year, or 3. Is the final season 2.5 months or 3 months? So that's all. Like I said, this is not a develop faster thing at all. Season starts in December, so yeah, about 2 months. All right. Cool. Davis, try not to spam it. It's good to see you, man. All right, cool. So that's all. So I'm gonna put a update on this too. Should have been clearer. Even I'm just gonna put an asterisk because I agree, Cass. Even though it said 2023, just giving a heads up or I'll just say maybe final. I'll just say instead of coming 2023, maybe final season of Lightfall. Because honestly, at this point, it makes it sound like it probably should have just been packaged with final shape. And I think that would have been fine. So yeah, like I think honestly, it coming in final shape would have been cool. But I think this will be fine. So either way, so this is all just clumped together. Let's say, and I'm even going to put it up here. In general, major W LFG. Because it's still a W. I don't want it to be misunderstood. Yeah, it's definitely a W. Sooner the better, though. I disagree, Cry. Especially in not with our community here. When I say our community, I don't mean everybody in here either. So don't take that the wrong way either. But I'm saying there's just unfortunately are people within the space that if this launched buggy, I'm telling you, people would have pitchforks. So I'm okay with things launching when they work. That's when I want things to launch. Okay. All right. Cool. You guys ready for the next one? Geronimo, what's good? All right. Here we go. Let's keep it going. Then the next thing, guys, was that needed to be talked about was where is it at? Need to do a control F real quick. The next thing was this was the first time. I mean, I think we already knew that a reprise rate was coming, but they did finally, like, they just flat out said our next reprise raid is coming. So that they said, so while the reprise raid is still coming out this summer, that's a W. That was the first time, like, explicitly said. Reprised raid coming in summer. Definitely good. Like, very much good. And then lastly, guys, here. This one was big and looking further. This is the last one we're going to talk about. What raid are you hoping it is? Honestly, I know it's going to be a hot take for me, but out of the 2 Destiny 1 raids that remain, Crota. Out of the 2, if it's between the 2 Destiny 1 raids, because Wrath, in my opinion, is the raid that needs the least changes out of all the Destiny raids. Like if I was to take a list, if I had on a piece of paper all 4 raids, Vault of Glass, Crota, King's Fall, and Wrath of the Machine, if I had a list of changes I wanted to make for every single raid, it'd be really long for Vault of Glass, it'd be really long for King's Fall, it'd be really long for Crota, and it would be extremely short for Axis. Like, thinking about the Wrath of the Machine raid, the only thing that I think I would even slightly change would maybe be Axis Phase 1 to make it maybe a little bit more fun. And then I would just make Axis not just be a sword sponge. I think outside of that, I don't even think I have many other changes for for Wrath of the Machine. So I would be really curious on the, like, because obviously the developers have to do so much stuff to make Crota into the raid that they once wanted it to be. But Wrath of the Machine to me would just be, if Wrath of the Machine was remastered, I feel like it would just be Wrath of the Machine. Okay. All right, guys. Next major W for me, like next major W, was Lost Sector time. This one, in my opinion, was one of the best changes in the whole thing for me. And the reason why, I'll tell you why. And that is one of the biggest issues I've had in the game lately versus Destiny 1. Because in general, I'm never going to be the type of person who's like, oh, Destiny 1 was just a better game, because in a lot of ways it's just not. But like in a lot of ways, there were a lot of things that did make it more magical. And just fundamentally made it more memorable. And what that is the remember when moments. And a lot of the remember when moments are getting yanked one by one out of Destiny. And one of the biggest ways that we had remember when moments back in Destiny 1 were unique experiences on getting exotics. And that's been completely eliminated from this game for like a decent while now. And just for the sake of exercise, I'll just kind of prove a point. Like in Destiny 1, I got Icebreaker maybe from a Vault of Glass chest. Maybe you got it from Crucible. Maybe somebody got Galahorn from the Crota raid, and then maybe the next person got it from a Nightfall. Then maybe the next person got this from maybe they got let's just call it No Land Beyond from it was from a strike with a 3 of coins, and the next person got it from this place and that place and the third, and everybody has a different story for every single thing. If I asked everybody in chat how they got their Galahorn, there's 10,000 different stories. Starting with me would be Crota, and then everybody else's would be different in some way. Maybe he saved the Vault of Glass chest. Maybe it dropped from Skolas. Who knows? I don't know where your stuff dropped from, but that was the cool thing. Everybody had a different story for things that dropped. The thing that the way the game works now is, if I ask you how you got Witherhoard, we all got it the same. If I asked how you got Hawkmoon, we all got it the same. If I ask you how we got Traveler's Chosen, we all got it the same. If I ask you how we got Forerunner, we all got it the same. If I ask you how we all got Hierarchy of Needs, we got it the same. How did we get Mana Core? We got it the same. Delicate Tomb, and we got it the same. Trespasser, we got it the exact same. Duality, we all got it the exact same way. Lawrence Driver, we all got it the exact same way. Heart Shatters, same way. Grand Overture, the same way. Same deal. Let's go to the armor. I'm like, if I ask you how you got Lorelei, you tell me a Lost Sector. I tell you a Lost Sector. I ask how you got the Thundercrest chest piece. You got it from a Lost Sector. I got it from a Lost Sector. I ask you how you got Star Eater Scales. We both got it from Lost Sectors. How'd you get Omnioculus? We both got it from Lost Sectors. Warlocks. How did we both get Rain of Fire? We both got it from the Lost Sector. How did we both get the Fallen Sunstar? We all got it from Lost Sectors. Every single thing is the exact same in terms of how we get things. And that's been a thing now since Shadowkeep. The final exotic that we all got randomly as a weapon in different ways was actually Monte Carlo in Shadowkeep. A little bit of fun fact trivia in terms of getting something in a different way. And then for armor, the last time we got armor randomly in different ways was in Forsaken. So in Forsaken, everybody saw how good One-Eyed Mask was, and everybody was drooling to be able to get it, but everybody had to randomly get it in their own way whenever RNG decided to smile on you. So, whether it was One-Eyed Mask or Ursa Furiosa or Shards of Galanor or Gwent's Vest or Geomags or whatever the case may be, all of those things you kind of had to wait until you had your exciting moment, and that caused us to all get super excited. Lost Sector's pointless now. I completely disagree with that, though. I completely disagree. Because the way that it works and the way that I agree that it should work is you discover your exotic in your own unique way. Once you have gotten the exotic, you farm for the perfect role in the Lost Sectors. Lost Sectors shouldn't be discovery. They should be mastery. It shouldn't be discovery. CB, this needs to be a short. This was on point. It hits home so much. Oh, I'm glad you agree. Yeah, like Lost Sector should be focusing. Like it should not be how you got your moment. All of our moments are Lost Sectors, and this kills me. Like, guys, I'm not that hardcore of a player. There's only certain things that really, get me. Some of those things, like I said, were strike loot. You guys know I'm addicted to strikes. I love strike loot because it was another, it was a way of giving strikes you an identity. I thought it was so cool that Allah Cool was this insane character. Then I got to take his helmet and wear it. That's really cool to me. Another side of the things that are really cool for me is everybody having their own story. No one has a story for anything anymore, and it's boring. So this is one of my favorite changes, and that's why I saved it to the end, and I'm glad you guys agree. Because the way this works now is, let's say we have this insanely good exotic that is coming in Lightfall, that's an armor piece that maybe, let's just say it turns you into the Traveler. Obviously it won't, but it turns you into the Traveler. Now you're going to have your own really cool way of getting it, and you're going to scream and jump up and be really excited. And then I'm going to have my moment of getting it in some other way where I'm going to scream up and jump up and down and be excited. And we're all going to scream, and, and life's going to be good because we're all going to be screaming. Everybody's going to be screaming, and we're going to be really, really happy. We're all just going to scream. Like, look at this. This is the type of stuff I want. Like, I'm just going to go back to an old highlights video, guys. We're going to get a little bit of nostalgia here. But let's take a look here, just on one random one, real quick, like an example of something. This is a really old. This is my 30K celebration thing. But I know there was. Where is this thing at? Here, where is the shippy? Where is? Oh, here it is. Ursa. Please, please, please. This was Ursa because Ursa was so good at the time. Remember pre-nerfed Ursa? So Ursa randomly dropped for me when I was doing the Forge, and I got really, really excited because it wasn't out of a Lost Sector. It was its own unique moment, and I was waiting so long. The crazy thing is that highlight that you guys are seeing is, because I remember that was because I have that thing on the top of the screen that says 2019. This was New Year's Day, or New Year's Eve, excuse me, that I was farming. This was the day right before 2019 hit. And so with that being said, if that's the New Year's for 2019 and Forsaken came out in September, that means I remember I was grinding that thing for months and it finally dropped and I was so excited. And I still remember that. And so it's just a point I wanted to make. I hopefully I didn't get too long-winded there, but this was one that I feel strongly about. So I wanted to talk about it a little bit. So unique exotic experience. Hopefully I put that right for everybody. Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't even. Okay. Okay. So yes, that's for me. And then Lost Sectors after that. You jump in now, and that the example now would be I had that insane Ursa Furiosa experience, or I had that insane exotic experience that turned me into the Traveler. And then once I got the exotic that turned me into the Traveler, Now I go take it into a lost sector, and now I try to go farm for the perfect role of the exotic that turns me into the traveler, basically. Okay. All right. Cool. Some great points. Thank you. So yeah, so that was really big for me. This one made me really, really happy. Like really, really, really happy. There is there's one more change, then we're going to talk about some of the things that weren't mentioned. But one more thing that I thought was really good. But I got to find it real quick. Here we go. This was the last thing, and then we're going to talk about what wasn't mentioned, guys. And I'm going to read this sentence and tell you why this is another one. This is another thing that I used to say a lot, and I know some may agree and some might not. So I'll be curious to see what you guys think on this one too. But like one of the things that I think this game has needed for so long is just like taking a break from like the season that's just like every single Tuesday we get our 30 minutes of story or whatever, and we get our catch crash that feels hollow and we don't really care about it. It's just some random 6-man activity that, you know, it's cool, I guess, for a second, and then, you know, it's gone and we never remember about it ever again. But what I wish we got more of is sometimes a season that was just dedicated to give me more strikes, give me more Crucible maps, give me some Gambit stuff, give me actual quests, give me a new quest like Malfeasance and I'll go into Gambit, give me a new secret mission, give me a live event at the end of a season, you know, give me those, like, give me a community puzzle, give me those core magical experiences that we used to have, and then, you know, and take a break from the whole, you know, needing a story every single Tuesday and needing a catch crash activity and needing the seasonal table. What this thing said here was this rebalancing objectives and rewards is going to be slow burn over the year of Lightfall, and we are going to take a more direct approach in our last season of the year, dedicating a significant amount of development time towards a more core ritual focused season. Yeah, it is a big, big, big W in my opinion too. Like having a actual, especially at the end of the year, a season that's just more so dedicated to just fixing the core of the game is very good in my opinion. Is another thing that I thought was good. It's been something I've been saying for a couple years now. Like just take a break for a second. I'll live without Catch Crash for one season and focus more on strikes and Crucible and Gambit and secret missions and core and whatever else you want to add to the core. So this was another thing that I thought was really good. I'm not sure what you guys think of that, but I really, really was happy to hear that too. Is there a confirmed name of the new season for Lightfall? Yes, there is. The name for the season is Season of Defiance. Season of Defiance, and the next one after that is Season of what's it called? Season of the Deep. After is the next one. So guys, now that is, in my opinion, the pros and cons of everything. And then the only other thing that I'll mention is the things that weren't mentioned. And there's two major things that I'm going to put here. And then we'll go over everything that we talked about. The first thing, no mention of New Light. This actually was the worst thing in my opinion. And it's and I know it's not going to seem like it on the surface for most everybody in here, because just the fact of the matter is a lot of us that are in here, guys, are players that play this game pretty religiously, or at least enough where we're here caring about a state of the game. Let me tell you this. There's no players that are, you know, like there's not as many new players that are going to be caring about the state of the game because they're not even invested enough to know about the state of the game yet. We're here right now because we've been playing this game for years. I'm here right now because I've played this game since I was 19 and now I'm turning 30 next year. So, so all that to be said, a lot of us that are here, we're invested to this game. So like a lot of people aren't going to see this from the lens of a new light because a lot of us just aren't new lights. But with that being said, the new light experience is just bad. It's the only way to put it. And this isn't like any shame on Bungie. It's not bad like in terms of any of the things that were developed by it. It's just that there's like it's just not cohesive. Like it doesn't flow in a line that allows for new players to know what they need to do. Like me, you guys know I stream every day, so I have new light players that come into my stream every day, and something I get asked thousands of times, like, and this is no exaggeration, I stream every day, and let's even just say if I get asked it 3 times a stream, there's 365 days, that's at least 1,000 times that it gets asked. But yeah, so even if it was just like, even if it was just 3 people that ask, but it's more than 3 people. But when people come into stream and they ask, the main question is always, what am I supposed to do? I just bought the game. It's either what am I supposed to do or what am I supposed to buy? And both aren't clear. You get into the game, and I've gone back and played the new light. It's confusing. It's like coming in on a book on like chapter 9. And then you look, you're like, wait, it's like you open the book, like you open the first page, it says chapter 9. And then you try to like page back, but there's no other pages. So you can't read chapter 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1. So it's just, you start this chapter book on chapter 9, and you have no idea like half the book. So like you're confused, and that's the first part, is not really being sure what to do. So that's the first part, but then the second part is not knowing what to buy. And some people are like, oh, can I play this dungeon? I was like, well, yeah. I'm like, yeah, for sure, jump in. They're like, oh, it won't let me jump in. Why won't it? I'm like, oh, do you have the dungeon key? They're like, oh, I didn't know I need the dungeon key. It's like, yeah. I was like, either that or the deluxe edition, or they see me doing a seasonal mission. Like, can I play this? I was like, no, unfortunately, you need the season pass, or you need this. Or it's like, oh, can I do this Deathbringer quest? I'm like, no, unfortunately, you need Shadowkeep. Oh, why can't I buy Izunagi's Burden? Because you need Forsaken. Or why can't I do, I want to try to get this quest for, or I want to use Stasis. Why can't I use Stasis? Oh, you need Beyond Light. It's like a new player comes in. How are they supposed to know all this? This is so much. It's overwhelming. How can you know that? Like, there's no way to know all that. Like, as a new player, I mean, we know it because we play every day. But like, but how would you know that? So the big thing for me is I think the biggest barrier to entry of our game is that it's very hard to jump in without any guidance. Like, it's very hard. And so New Light is supposed to be that guidance, but like, I just think it fails to provide that guidance. And I was really hoping they were going to mention that we're going to continue to work on the New Light experience, so that ultimately when when Lightfall players, we have a gigantic influx when Lightfall comes, because we will have a gigantic influx, we actually keep those people. Because that's the thing. A lot of times we have very low retention. We have a lot of people that'll try when like a major expansion comes, and then a lot of people just set it down. Why is Battlegrounds being in GM's Nightfall is negative? Just curious. Great question, Kenzo. The example that I gave was earlier is just think of it as not disliking Battlegrounds as much as if you were going into a restaurant and ordered ice cream, but you got a cookie. It doesn't mean you didn't like the cookie. It just means you came to a certain place because you always get ice cream there. Does that make sense? So it's not even any hate on Battlegrounds. It's more so I went to my favorite restaurant to get the meal I always get, and they served me something else now in there. Am I late to the stream? Yeah, but like most of it's on the screen that we're talking about. A majority of the new lights I encounter in the Cosmodrome are just exploring and doing public events, and don't blame them. I blame the game for giving new lights lack of direction. Yeah, exactly. So that's like the big thing for me. Battlegrounds and Strikes are practically the same. I disagree with that. Okay. So with that being said, no mention of New Light, and then I know some people aren't gonna care, but like I'll bring it up anyways because it is a part of the core. not one mention of Gambit. So this is the last thing for me too, and then we'll just go over our list. But like for me, I don't dislike Gambit, but like even if you do, I think it's fine whether you dislike Gambit or like it. I mean, that's human nature, or not human nature. That's just the way of life. Like some things we like and some things we don't like, and that's fine. I think the big thing though is if they're gonna keep it in the game, update it. That's it. Like that's the only thing for me is if it is gonna stay in the game, then add stuff to it. Like people would play Gambit under the right circumstances, I promise. outside of it just being a pinnacle where people do their 3 for a pinnacle, then they run away from it till the next time, or being forced to do it because of a seasonal challenge. Like, there's more ways to incentivize people to play Gambit than just seasonal challenge and a pinnacle. I'll tell you one way. I remember how much everybody was grinding Gambit trying to get the meatball so you could get Malfeasance for the quest. Everybody was. I remember how much everybody was grinding to try to get Breakneck. You can't tell me people weren't grinding to get 21% Delirium and Gambit. With the right rewards and the right fun quests, people will play Gambit. But right now, Gambit is suffering from the same thing that Comp is suffering from, where it could be the most fun game mode in the world, which I'm not saying it is, but if there's nothing rewarding behind it, who cares? So that's the big thing here. So for me, I'm perfectly fine with Gambit staying in the game, but if it is, it needs to be updated as if it's a actual thing and not a legacy thing. If it's legacy, then, I guess retire it. Christopher, thank you for the sub. Thank you. That's the only thing for me. If they're gonna keep it in the game, add more maps. When's the last time we had a Gambit map? I don't know. I'm just gonna put those for now. Yeah, that's the big thing for me too. It's been 4 years since a Gambit got a map, and I'm not even saying to divert resources to Gambit if they don't want to. If they don't want to, perfectly fine, but remove it from the game. That's all. Yeah, Breakneck was nuts, right? Breakneck got people in the game. 21% Delirium got people in the game. Malfeasance got people in the game. I thought Malfeasance made Gambit fun. Because I remember, it's another thing. Guys, look at this. Like, I think it's also in that same highlights clip. I'd have to go find it from what we were talking about before. But I know that this was in like our 30K like celebration, like way back when. But I remember that I freaked out in Gambit because I was so excited I missed out on a meatball. So I wanted to make sure I didn't miss out on the next meatball.
It's him! It's him! It's him! It's him! Oh, it's him! It's him! Make the plays! Make the plays! We got it!
And then let's fast forward real quick.
Res. Yes, guys. Yes.
I was actually happy. I mean, I was enjoying Gambit. That's all I'm saying is just like, once again, just if this 30K highlights is actually coming in handy for some of these old moments. This is funny. I never thought I'd be referencing this thing, but I am. Okay. But with that being said, that's what made Gambit cool to me, was a lot of times not even the game mode as much as what was in the game mode. So, I don't know. Either way, maintenance Gambit or get rid of it. I think it's the kind of where I'm at mentally with it. But I think that this is a pretty solid list. What do you guys think of this? I think that this is really like where I mean, this is how I would break things down. So overall, it's still more positive for sure. I'll go through every bullet point again and make sure that we went over everything. Found Harpy sounds good. Hey, Jameson. Sibby, you might not know this, but if you don't have the expansion that is linked to Strike, you can't play Nightfall. Yeah, I do. It's time for Gambit to go make more space for other stuff. I think either make space for other stuff or maintenance it. One of the two. Like I said, I'm not even on the boat of kill Gambit and get rid of it. I'm only on that side if they decide not to put any time into it. If they will put fun quests in it and stuff like that, I'm fine with Gambit being in the game. It's only when it's not mentioned in a 5,500 thing that also mentioned the core and not one word of Gambit, when it's like, okay, it's time to take this game mode out. Okay. So, with that being said, let's talk real quick about these, and then we'll go from there. Maddie, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. So, no more seasonal table. Awesome. this. I'm just gonna go through all the pros first. No more seasonal table is eventually. It's gonna be really good. I think that it's very monotonous. The process of just go to the table, do your unlocks, yada yada yada. It was introduced in the season with Fractaline. I thought it was cool that time, and now it's. I think it's overstayed its welcome. It makes it where when a new season launches, you know exactly how it's gonna go. So breaking that routine would be great. Next thing, no more needing Umbral Energies. Awesome. Don't really feel like farming that, to be honest. I think everybody who's farming red borders daily right now understands this pain right now. Seasonal grind more rewarding. Another good one. I think that no one's going to argue that things being more rewarding is great. We want our time to be rewarded. So seasonal grind being more rewarding, I think is an obvious W. Destiny 2 loadouts. Awesome. I think that we all have seen when the APIs go down just how different Destiny 2 is played with no Destiny item manager. So I think we can all agree on Destiny 2 loadouts being, great. We've seen what it looks like. Really, Adam. Next. While I do agree with that, Shadow Phoenix is just the fact that there was 5,500 words and not one word mentioned Shadow. I think regardless of them saying it, they've already said a lot of things that they restated in here, to be fair. So I don't think that that's like fully fair to say, like in terms of like why people would feel at least a certain type of way about it, Danny, I hope you slept well. All right, next one. No more useless red borders. Good. I think this is good for both new players and veteran players. I think this is good for veteran players because the red borders were just starting to become, at least like the useless ones that aren't even for your crafting, was really just starting to just fill up your vault, and crowd up your postmaster. And then for new players, it's just confusing because you associate red borders with crafting. So the second that you see red borders, but they're not craftable, then you're like, well, what are these? So definitely also kind of not intuitive, especially when you're first starting in the game. If you can't craft, why red border? Then that's exactly right, Spew. That's exactly right. Next is more meaning to God rules. This is a change to crafting where essentially they're going to be putting more of an emphasized focus again on actually getting God rules. I think this is good. I am a fan of crafting, but I think if everything is just craft, and there's no times where the best options aren't craft, then like you lose a lot of those scream up and jump up and down moments on, yes, I got this insane God roll because everything is just craft. And you've lost the magic of this insane thing dropping that you love. So getting back to that a little bit, I think is great. More enhanced weapons, I think is awesome in the sense, especially of the starting with master raids. We talked about this, but for anybody who's just joining us, every single master raid has been irrelevant besides Vault of Glass. The reason why Vault of Glass was relevant was because crafting didn't yet exist for Vault of Glass. If it did, everybody would just craft a Fatebringer and no one would bother with Time Lost Fatebringer. That is why everybody crafted, for Barons in a Cataclysmic, and then no one bothered to go grind the Adepts for them. So that's so good on enhanced coming with Adepts. That's going to be good. Next is less launching trailers 2 minutes before the season. Very good. I think being close-lipped about this new season drop, I think does cause a lot of chatter in our community. I think it causes complete silence outside of our community. So no one's talking about the game that's not a Destiny player. So no new players are buying the game. Or new players will buy, but not at the same level as if Bungie was, releasing hype trailers and, getting the word out. When no word is going out, no new players that don't play the game already are hearing about the new season coming. They wouldn't even know. Next is working on matchmaking in Crucible. That's good. Working on spawns in Crucible is good. New PvP mode, Checkmate Control. Getting a new PvP mode will always be good. More rewarding Trials Iron Banner is good. I mean, having those playlists be more rewarding is never going to be a bad thing. There's a Vex Network map coming in 2 seasons after, or 3 seasons after Lightfall drops. So that's cool. Like at least getting them a new map in general. Exotic mission rotator is going to be cool. Starting off with Presage, Revision 0 mission, and Vox Obscura. And this is eventually going to lead to old missions eventually. I'm going to put that here too. Eventually, old missions like Whisper. Opium. All right. And then we have more ways to find fire teams for solo players is always going to be good. Like I said, always going to be good. Another one of our biggest barriers to entry is having players to play with. In general, major W for LFG coming. Like I want to make sure I'm very clear on that. LFG coming to the game is going to be very, very good. Very, very excited about that, and very excited for people to have means of finding players without having to go to other sites. Next is reprise raids coming in the summer, or raid coming in the summer, so that's good. We got like written kind of confirmation on that at this point. We get unique exotic experiences, or no longer lost sectors. Gonna be the way that we're discovering exotics. Thank God. And then the core, we're gonna get a core ritual focused season, I believe. I think last Lightfall season. So those are so that still kind of bothers me. They'll work on LFG but not New Light. Yeah, LFG is definitely a good one. I mean, it might help with player retention, but probably not as much player acquisition. It may help with player acquisition too, but acquisitions will be more like, New Light. It should help with retention though. Yeah, New Light, I agree. Now let's go to the cons. No map launching with major expansion is a major L in my opinion. Like not even a reprised one. Like I just think that Lightfall's too big a scale not to have even, like they could have just thrown back Emperor's Respite, right? Let me just paint a picture quickly with Callus, right? Like we have this new expansion. Callus is back. Somebody that we know we had we've been talking about since Vanilla Destiny 2. This guy's back, right? And why not? Easy victory, right? Easy victory. Let's say they can't make a new map first season of Lightfall. Fine. Add Callus's map back. How cool would it be? Not only is Callus coming back, Emperor's Respite map is back. You can go back to the Leviathan and play Crucible. Why not? Emperor's Respite. I'm not even saying it's anybody's favorite map, but it would have at least held people down. It would have been an easy victory, or an easier victory. Hey, Chris. Like, what do you guys think about that? Like, I think that could have been like an easier victory, maybe if the Vex Network map isn't ready. I never played that map. Even better, you get a chance to try it. It was actually the first map I ever went flawless in Trials of the Nine. It was Cactus. I think that could have been like a low-hanging fruit W. Could chew on that for a while. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, Papa Callus, right? So we had that. So no map launching with a major expansion, no good. Didn't address comp's real issues. They talked about the trying to get to rewards faster, or trying to get to your rank faster. I don't think it ever had anything to do with the speed of getting to things. I think right now the issues with comp is the only thing worth doing comp for is getting a rose. You get your rose and then you dip. That's it. That's it. And the way that they made comp worth it in the past is they had very good in-game rewards at the end of the tunnel. People played comp because Luna's Howl existed. People played comp because Not Forgotten existed. People played comp because Recluse existed. People played comp because Mountaintop existed. That is why people played comp. And it doesn't always have to be weapons either. That's why I said rewarding loot. It could be like the Trials ornaments. You went flawless in Trials. A lot of times I wasn't even really using the adept weapons. I just wanted the glow on my gear, because that Trials gear in Destiny 1 was fantastic, right? Those ornaments. A sick emblem, something, right, Adam? Something like it could be a shader like Gift of the Nine. Gift of the Nine. Everybody always asks, like I said, what's my shader? And I tell them Gift of the Nine. They're like, how do I get it? I got it when I was flawless in Trials of the Nine. How do you get this? Trials of the Nine. So yeah, it could have been a shader. It could have been anything. Or Catalyst, yeah, Midas Catalyst was at the end of 5500, right? Same deal. Emote for something. That's all I'm saying, guys. It's something. Right now, there's nothing. Like, that's the thing. How can you tell somebody, like, there's, like, you will get the small 0.1% that will care enough to grind out comp to get some name around on their head that says Ascendant. Am I going to be in there grinding to get a string of text that says Ascendant over my head? No. Will I grind if there's a weapon like Mountaintop? Yes. Will I grind if there's really cool ornaments? Yes. That type of stuff, yes. So I think that they didn't address the issues that comp really has. I think speeding up the process isn't, it never was about the process. Right now, comp is for two things. Comp is get rows, and comp is level up on the beginning of a new expansion. We'll all jump back into comp once the new expansion comes. It's a great way to get power levels. That's it. Grind it for power levels, get rows. That's comp right now. Oh, you just mentioned it too, Long. Long, we said the exact same thing. You're 100% right on that, Long. That is 100% on point. 100%. Next thing is Vanguard playlist, less ult strike frequency, no strike specific loot. I was pretty sad about this one. It goes back to the same point. If I go to Dairy Queen, I come to Dairy Queen to order ice cream, and it's already so battleground heavy, and I'm already getting cookies sometimes when I ask for ice cream, and now I just feel like I'm going to be getting more cookies. So in general, though, I mean, it's ultimately fine, but I just already have to leave Vanguard playlist strikes so much to try to get strikes, and I feel like making some of the less strikes like extremely unlikely to get just means it's just going to be Battlegrounds playlist. Also, no strike-specific loot makes me sad. It seems like that's just not on their radar. I just don't know what happened to strike-specific loot. Like, they had such a fantastic thing going, and it just got yeeted out of existence. This was one of the best things, in my opinion, ever to come to Destiny, and they just got rid of it, and it's frustrating, but, whatever. If I wanted cookies, I'll go to Crumble, right? Next is Battlegrounds added to Nightfall's Grandmaster. Same deal. And I'm just going to put an asterisk on this one too. We don't dislike Battlegrounds. We just didn't order it at that spot. I'll just say. To go in that example. What about a toggle feature to not match Battle? Exactly, filter. Yeah, just a filter. Exactly right. Yeah, I would love a filter. I would love a filter. Hey, Prolific. Hey, Lachlan. Exactly. Write that down. Okay, I'll write it down. I'll just say I'll put double star as a suggestion. Maybe add a strike, or excuse me, a filter to the playlist to remove BGs from strikes. Okay. Hey, so we love your content. Thank you for making this community better. Oh, Lewis, thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you. So that's that. And then we're almost to the end. Should have been clear that the LFG was the final season of Lightfall. I think that we can all admit, or not all admit, but I think we can all at least understand where I guess some people are coming from that might have expected LFG to be coming when Lightfall launched. It's not that they said it was coming when Lightfall launched, but when they were showing all the different things that were coming for Lightfall, I think a lot of people, at least when they look at something like that, they think it's coming at least sometime, maybe at least in the first half of Lightfall, maybe even in the first 3/4. But this is coming in the final season, so out of a 12-month period of Lightfall, LFGing is going to be a part of 3 of those 12 months. So 25%. So really, LFG should have probably just been a final shape feature, in my opinion, personally. I think that's fine. Like I said, I am never going to, and that's why I put it here already. In general, major WLFG. For me, I never want them to ship out something bugged because people will get mad. So I just think they should just wait for final shape. Let's say. Thank you, CJ. Maybe just wait for final shape on this feature. We are okay with a bug-free product being shipped and not rushed. Just more clarity. Or I'm gonna say transparency. Okay. Does that make sense, guys? That bullet point there. Let me scroll up a little bit on that. Move it over here a little bit. I said maybe just wait for final shape on this feature. We are okay with the bug-free product being shipped and not rushed. Just more transparency. I think a lot of people just thought that it was coming earlier in Lightfall. It coming the last 25% of Lightfall makes it feel like more of a final shape thing. And then lastly, to the last two, no mention of New Light. In my opinion, this is just I just don't know how it's not mentioned, to be honest. I just feel like it should just be such a priority, like getting new players. Like Destiny, I mean, has a lot of us like addicted that play. I don't think they have as much of an issue with retention as acquisition. Like acquisition is where I'd be putting so much more focus. Like I just feel like we have so many players that try this game and leave because they're so confused. Like I'm gonna say two biggest things are questions for new player. What do I do? What do I need to buy? The questions I get every single day in streams. I've been asked them thousands of times because it's not clear what they need to do and it's not obvious what I need to buy. Okay. And then lastly, not one mention of Gambit in 5,500 words. New exotic quests could make it more fun, like malfeasance, new maps, weapons. People would play Gambit if it was rewarding enough. People did. People played Gambit to get malfeasance. It was fun. People played Gambit when there was new maps at the time. People played Gambit when there was pinnacle weapons like 21% Delirium or Breakneck. That's when people played. For me, for this one, I'm going to say we are not saying get rid of Gambit. Only saying if you are going to keep it, please update it like the rest of the game. If not, remove it to save space. Is what I'm gonna say. Is that accurate enough? I'm not saying because with me, like I'm not even saying to get rid of Gambit, but only get rid of it if they're not gonna upkeep it. Like I mean, if it's not gonna be upkept, it's time for it to go. If it is gonna be upkept, then keep it. I mean, I'm not a Gambit hater. I just want it to be updated if it's in the game. I just don't want it to be Pinnacle Simulator. No more Pinnacle Simulator. I like that. Please. I think I like that. CB Gambit is getting a rework in Season 21. Bungie is already confirmed. It's not about Gambit getting a rework in Season 21. It's more a thing Shadow is. They've mentioned a lot of things, but then they re-talked about it in this 5,500 word thing. Because they're important, right? Like there's like a lot of these things. Like, you know, there's like just even for like one prime example, let's just talk about loadouts, right? Or like loadouts coming. Yes, loadouts was talked about previously. Now they're being brought up now. I already knew that they were working on matchmaking and spawns. They brought that up. They talked about it again. At LFG, they talked about it before. They're talking about it again. You know, there's multiple things they talked about before. They talked about an earlier time that they're going to be working on trying to make seasons not feel so the same. They talked about it again today. But it's just a matter of in 5,500 words. 5,500 words. I control F and I can't get Gambit once. That's not good. 5,500 words is a lot of words not to even have it mentioned. Like if I type Crucible, I get it 5 times at least. Not that many times, but at least it's 5. 5 times. We put in, Vanguard or whatever. We get it 8 times. You put in, like what? Like exotic, you get exotic. You type in quest, or whatever, or excuse me, mission. For exotic mission, you get a few things with the missions. Like what else is there? Like, all these different things. We put in all these things, we get something. But in 5,500 words, I can't get one on Gambit. That's not good. That's not good. Like, I know it's getting a rework, guys, but that was a lot of words not to even have it mentioned, to be like, hey, just as a reminder, we're working on Gambit. Just as a reminder. And that would have been, how many words would that have been? Like, just as a reminder, we are working on Gambit. And that could have been the sentence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A 9-word sentence. Just at the bottom of it. That's it. And I think it would have been fine. But yeah, so that was that. And then lastly, the ones that I have as a question mark are at the bottom here. So the first one is 50-50 split on resilience nerf. I'm pretty much on board with resilience being nerfed. I thought that Lorelei Titan with 100 resilience was boring, but it seemed like chat was pretty split on this one. So I just put it in the middle on the difficulty of Destiny increasing. It seemed like that was pretty split. So I just decided to put it in the middle. They need to update exotic kiosk. Been 2 expansions already and no old dungeon or raid exotic in it. What do you mean, Eric? And then lastly, Guardian ranks. I have in the question mark space too, because I just don't know what it means yet. The Guardian ranks could be an amazing thing. This isn't me saying that it's even like split. It's just saying we don't really. They told us they'd tell us how this works in Lightfall, so I didn't feel right putting it as a pro or a con if I really don't even know what it is, to be honest. So, yeah, that is everything, guys. So overall, definitely still more pros than cons. There is, if I put numbers to these, which I'll just do just to know how many we had of each. Like lots of ways that this was like really, really good. All right. And then the cons, there weren't really as many. I just think there were some that just hit really hard, I think is the big thing. The asterisks are just clarifications of things. Yeah. So 7 cons that we came up with and 17 pros. All right. Said no SRL. All right, we really deep dived through that, didn't we? That was a fun little exercise, wasn't it? I'm doing well, Maximo. How are you? Hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a serious breakdown we just did. Like a serious breakdown. I hope you guys enjoyed combing through that with me. Oh, man. We got down to business there, didn't we? Ooh. And I mean, as long as the actual dungeons and exotics exist long, I don't understand why they go in the kiosk. That was good. I hope you guys enjoyed it. That was a lot. No, there was a lot to that. Best and worst parts, it's honestly hard to put it because it's all going to be opinionated, to be honest. So it's really hard to say. But I mean, like for me, like it's hard to say. There's multiple things that I really do love. I think that I really was excited for I mean I'm excited for there to be a unique exotic experience. I really think this game could use a core ritual season. I think this is gonna be really good for player acquisition, launching more trailers, or giving more hype before trailers actually launch. I think giving more meaning to god rolls is good. Getting rid of the seasonal table eventually is going to be really good too. It's tough. I think having more social features in LFG is all going to be good. It's really tough for me. Like all these are like, I think it's just all opinion. I think a lot of these are going to be really good for the game. I think the only thing that's like extremely bad is just no mention of New Light. I mean, I think there's a lot of issues, but like, I think no mention of New Light was just like, it is just weird to me. It's just strange. It's just so strange not to mention it. But I think that not giving PvP players a Crucible map on a $50 expansion hurts bad, I would say too. I think just one returning map would have been enough to appease people, but I do think that when people get a shiny new toy on February 28th, I think not being able to use their shiny new toy in a new Crucible experience of some sort, even a reprised Crucible experience, is rough. I just think that's rough. I think they had an easy victory they could have done too. They could have just been like, Callus is coming. We're going to bring back his map. We're going to bring back Emperor's Respite until we give you that new PvP map, which will be the Vex Network map, which is eventually coming eventually. Just give somebody, like, just the low-hanging fruit. Just give them that. Question, would you have preferred having a sit-down with the team before this went out so you could ask questions or feedback? Oh, 100%, Andy. Thank you so much for the 5. I mean, I've never been approached for Bungie for anything like that before, like anything like a summit or anything. I mean, obviously, I'd be happy to give my opinion if they ever did. I don't know if I'm on their radar like that, but like I'm just happy to at least give our feedback to our community. Andy, thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ooh, but yeah, no, I would have loved that, Andy. I would have loved that. Oh, the issues of PvP are way deeper than new maps, in my opinion. Oh, most definitely, Freemind. Most definitely. We have some cons in there too. I mean, there were multiple cons. I mean, the maps was just one. But honestly, for me, the other thing was really they didn't really address the real issues with comp as well. They are addressing some of the issues that I thought were needing to be fixed, such as the matchmaking and the spawns. I think were really big. I think making Trials and Iron Banner more rewarding is also good. Like there were some pros too. CB, can you post this notepad in Discord? Yeah, if you guys would be interested in this, I can do that. Is that something you guys would be interested in? Also, what should I do with this now? Should I post smaller chunks of this? Is there any would this be helpful in any shape or form? I feel like we had a really good deep dive, but I don't really know what to do with this at this point. I know it's not usually our content to like post like a 2-hour breakdown or however how long this was. I don't really know what to do. I'm just not sure what to do with this, to be honest. Like I would agree that we had a lot of good discussion, but I don't really know what to do with it. Post it, tweet it, post it to a dev on Twitter. People missed the stream. You can send it on Discord. All right, I'll do this for now. What I'll do is this to start. To start, I'll save the text file and I'll put it in Discord. And I think I'm leaning towards two things. I'll either chop it up and post it in small pieces, or maybe I'll post the part when we started making our notepad and skip the first breakdown when we actually were listening to the reading. Maybe posting this part when we made this, maybe. I don't know. How about an exotic class time? I would love that. Anything to expand the grind. It's very adept and organized. I fear a lot of the information will get lost amongst most people. It's true. Annie, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, so we'll figure it out. What I'll do for now is for at least our community, if anybody wants to go through it, I will post it in Discord. I'll just call it state of the game notes. All right, and then I'll put it in here for now. Okay. All right, I'm gonna post it in main chat, guys. Okay, I'm doing that right now. Give me just 1 second. Upload file, documents, notes from today's stream for those interested. All right, I just put it in main chat if anybody's interested. You can, I believe you should be able to download that text file if anybody needs to. It's there to download if anybody needs it right here. Just go in the main chat. Exclamation point Discord if anybody needs the Discord. Do you plan on posting longer YouTube videos? I love your shorts. I just feel like I could easily watch 20-minute video of your raids and dungeons. So I do post longer videos, Lewis. It's a great question. Not as frequent, but we do. And if there's, you know, I mean, if there's ever like topics that I think people will like, then I'm always happy to, you know, put them in for sure. Like such as like stream highlights on Get in Touch, or, you know, our game show that we did with Glad, or coming back to Destiny 2, or our game show with Walla, or our game show with Salt, or our game show with Frostbolt and Sweat, or Destiny 1 Strikes, going back to Destiny 1, or me and Sweat being idiots and doing our game shows. Or I think this was doing a raid with this was when we raided with Astercross, Frostbolt, Clyde, Evan, and Pure. Just whatever it is. If there's things, we'll post them. Yeah, so whoops. Okay. So I'll figure it out. Cool. All right. Cool. Should upload all of this? Okay. I will figure out what we'll do with it. I'll figure it out. I will take a moment to digest this, guys, and figure it out. I think I'm going to take a little break because I think we just went ham with talking. I mean, we talked for like a lot of hours straight. And I mean, we already do that when we stream, but we really went in. So I think I might maybe take a moment now and figure out what to do. I think that was a pretty good deep dive that we did. I really wanted to do a deep dive on this because I knew it was going to be a lot. So I'm definitely down to do more of these. One thing is, when we get similar stuff to this, I'd be down. Like when there's enough stuff to do like full breakdowns. Because obviously this is like I wouldn't go in depth like on like a TWAB with something like this. It would have to be something way more. Okay. Thank you, Chris. All right, guys. Well, that's gonna do it for me. Cade 6, Scyther. I'll the next time online we'll get your dungeon done. I'll see you guys in Neomuna. I'll see you guys there. I want to say thank you guys for hanging today. The notepad is in Discord if you need it. I would never have known all this if it wasn't for you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Love the stream, even though I didn't chat much. I will thank you guys. I appreciate it. Today meant the world. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. It was fun. We will be back tonight for Dungeon Help. So I'm gonna take a little rest, and then we'll come back on Twitch later tonight, and we will talk more about this and help more people out. Love your videos. Thank you, Dick. Good stuff, sir. Well done. Thank you. Sub 19 tonight too, Chris. All right, y'all. Everybody have a good one. Tomorrow, by the way, too. Wait, before we go to tomorrow, guys. I know we're doing a stream on Twitch tonight, but tomorrow on YouTube, tomorrow morning, we have the start of the finale. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow morning too, here at a similar time, and we'll see whatever the new I guess the whatever the finale holds. So tomorrow morning, same time. I'll see you guys there for that as well. All right, everybody. Everybody have a good one. I love you guys. I'll see everybody soon. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for talking. See you guys.